Yep. Yep. Subtitles on. Yep. Squad power usage. Nope. They're children. They cannot be trusted with their powers. No, seriously. They will just like, oh, I have overload and I have warp. I guess I better just keep using overload on this armor. It's like, yeah, well, it does like half damage versus armor being amazing. Or warp being amazing. Oh, nub. Rank 57. Okay, so we're rank 57. Really? That's interesting. I would have thought it was like double, but whatever. Rank 57, military specialization, renegade. Followed the renegade path. Rex survived. Oh, Ashley went missing. Yeah, she just went missing. Nobody knows what happened to Ashley. We saved the council, and we picked Anderson, which is great. Can't wait, because Anderson's just going to be rocking that seat for all of a game, probably. I think this also comes with the comic, so we could, also, lovely music. Shh. Opening cinema.
Shepard did everything right. More than we could have hoped for.
I did everything right.
Commander Shepard uncovered the truth.
And still, it's not enough.
We're at war. No one wants to admit it, but humanity is under attack.
But they're sending her to fight Geth. Geth! We both know they're not the real threat. The Reapers are still out there.
And it's up to us to stop them.
The Council will never trust Cerberus. They'll never accept our help, even after everything humanity has accomplished. But Shepard, they'll follow her. She's a hero, a bloody icon. But she's just one woman. If we lose Shepard, humanity might well follow.
Then see to it that we don't lose her.
No pressure. 1 month after the devastating Geth attack on the Citadel, the Galactic community struggles to rebuild. The Alliance fleet made a tremendous sacrifice to save the City Council and earn humanity's membership among the prestige crew. Now the Council is forced to respond to evidence that the Reapers, enormous machines to eradicate organic civilization every 50,000 years, have returned. To quell the rumors, the Council has sent Shepard to the Normandy to wipe out the last pocket. Seriously? Both times it's too fast? Martin Sheen.
Disengaging FTL drives. Emission sinks active. Board is green. We are running silent.
We're wasting our time. 4 days searching up and down this sector, and we haven't found any sign of Geth activity.
3 ships went missing here in the past month. Something happened to them.
My money's on slavers. The Terminus system is crawling with them.
Picking up something on the long-range scanner. Unidentified vessel. Looks like a cruiser.
Doesn't match any known signatures.
Cruiser is changing course. Now on intercept trajectory.
Can't be. Stealth systems are engaged. There's no way a Geth ship could possibly...
It's not the Geth. Brace for evasive maneuvers!
Presley!
Kinetic barriers down. Multiple hull breaches. Weapons offline. Somebody get that fire out.
Shepard!
Distress beacon is ready for launch. Will the Alliance get here in time?
Swearing?
doing this just so they can find our frozen corpses. Get everyone onto the escape shuttles.
Oh no,
Still in the cockpit. He
a
won't
small
be back.
fire has broken out.
I'm not leaving either. Get to the damn shuttles. I'll haul Joker's crippled ass out of here.
Wow, Shep, nice. Nice, solid.
Get the hell out of here.
I think we bought it from some slugs.
Everybody in. Go, go, go.
Chuckwaws. I have no idea who that was, but... Alright. Right? That's why you gotta diversify your crew. Got to diversify your crew. We just need to get to a store, do a little hull repair, we're fine. We're fine, I got this.
Mayday! 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 This is SSV Normandy!
I got so lost, I think, the first time I played this.
An unknown enemy!
I was like, where am I supposed to go?
Come on, baby, hold together. Hold together.
Alright, I'm gonna need like a lot of slug repair gel for that. No, mother! That's right. Boop. 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 Probably should take this kind of serious. Talk to Joker.
Come on, Joker. We have to get out of here.
No, I won't abandon the Normandy. I can still save her.
Dude, come on, man.
The Normandy's lost. Going down with the ship won't change that.
Yeah, okay. Help me up. They're coming around for another attack.
It's a beam weapon. You can't dodge it anyways.
Ow! Watch the arm. Commander! Shepard!
Destroyed off the bat, despite having cloaking. Clearly a stealth bee-like ship. Yeah. Interactive comic would like to summarize the events of Mass Effect 1. Would you like to review the story so far? Chat, would you like to review the story of Mass Effect 1? I've never done this before. Oh, sure. I got time. Dark Horse Comics? Wow. Yeah, GG, we're done.
Just another routine mission.
Why do they always say that before a mission? Of course it's routine. You haven't done anything yet. It's everything that happens along the way. The choices you make. The paths you choose. That turn the routine into anything but. Of course, that's how it started. A routine mission. Answering a distress call. And look where that got me. We were testing out the Normandy, Captain Anderson's new ship, when the distress call came in. An Alliance patrol on Eden Prime had been attacked. They'd seen something they couldn't explain. And whatever it was massive. I hit the ground with my lieutenant, Caden Alenko. A good kid, loyal, by the book, with a talent for biotics. We came across the lone survivor of the patrol, Gunnery Chief Ashley Williams, a soldier to the core.
And
Tough,
Jenkins?
disciplined, ready to take on whatever came her way. Ashley joined up with us and took us to the spot where she lost her squad.
Wow.
That's when we
No, no Jenkins. No one cares.
Like nothing I'd ever seen. It was massive, scorching the colony and everything around it as it blasted away. We
Wow.
followed the path of destruction to an artifact.
Scorching
A beacon
colonies?
left
Who
by a
does that?
long-dead race called the Protheans. The colony had dug it up, and whoever attacked them had tried to take it. Lieutenant Alenko made the mistake of getting too close. It hit him with some type of energy. I grabbed him and threw him out of the way. That's when it hit me. Hard. Every muscle in my body went rigid. I couldn't move. Could barely breathe. Everything went black. And then I saw something. Vision. Dream. A nightmare. By the time I woke up, we were halfway to the Citadel on our way to meet the Council. I was expected to explain what I'd seen. Anderson came along. So did Udina, our political representative on the Citadel. With those two heavyweights, it seemed reasonable we could persuade the Council that the ship we'd seen was a potential threat. As was the individual behind the attacks. The main suspect for the Eden Prime massacre was a Turian Spectre named Saren. He'd been seen by one of the survivors from the colony at Eden Prime, and there was some evidence to suggest that the ship was connected to Saren. But even Udina's pointed accusations weren't enough to convince the Council. They just couldn't believe one of their chosen elite Spectres could be guilty of something like that.
Yeah,
They
Spectres
needed
just
proof,
don't commit crimes.
Which meant I needed proof. Fortunately, I wasn't alone in my search. Garrus, another Turian, wanted to help.
Yay!
A top agent for Citadel Security. Despite orders from his superiors that he shouldn't get involved, he told me he was suspicious of Saren and he had some useful leads. More importantly, he was willing to share them. That led me to Rex, the biggest and nastiest looking Krogan bounty hunter I'd ever seen. He turned out to be more than just a brute. It was his intel that led us to a fugitive with incriminating evidence on Saren.
Also, yay for
Fugitive
Rex.
turned out to be an
Hi,
energetic little
Tally.
girl named Tally. A tech expert with a knack for hacking, she procured some information on Saren. Evidence that proved Saren was dirty. Tally's evidence proved that Saren was responsible for the massacre on Eden Prime, and the immense warship we'd spotted was in fact Saren's flagship. But it went much further. Saren was trying to find a way to bring back a race of sentient machines from dark space. Machines allegedly responsible for cleansing the galaxy of all organic life. These Reapers were blamed for wiping out all life 50,000 years ago, including the Protheans, then disappearing back through the mass relays to dark space, leaving no trace that they'd ever been. That explained why Saren was after the beacon, and it made some sense out of my visions. But not much else.
Yeah, no, that Lanny
I
has
couldn't convince
fit.
the Council that the Reapers were a threat. But they agreed Saren had to be stopped. They stripped him of his Spectre status and gave me the honor of becoming the first human Spectre. My first task? Bring down Saren.
Is that a Solarian standing with
Anderson decided
us?
to stay behind, giving up his ship, the Normandy. He told me I'd need it more than he would. He also pointed me in a direction. Liara. A Prothean expert, adept in biotics, and maybe most importantly, daughter of Venezia, Saren's top lieutenant. And like most Asari, as beautiful as she is intelligent, and born with a unique ability to meld with other species. Liara was able to help me decipher some of the vision the beacon had given me. Nothing concrete, but it gave me some clues. And a new appreciation for the Asari. Her technique for accessing my vision was unexpected, but not at all unpleasant. Caden was a little concerned about the connection I shared with Liara. As commander, I knew either relationship had the potential to interfere with the mission. I told Liara about how I felt. Apparently, she felt it too.
I don't remember talking with Kaden about this or caring at all.
Finding Saren. Thanks to Liara's help, we had our next lead, Venezia. Saren had taken her to Noveria, where he'd enslaved the queen of a dangerous race of insect-like creatures, the Rachni.
The
He ordered
Rachni?
Venezia to use the same technique Liara
Oh,
used
that might have
to
been.
extract information from the Rachni queen. The queen's drones were everywhere, and they were not happy. We had to fight through hundreds of them to get to Venezia.
That does sound like me.
By the time we arrived, Saren was gone, with the information. I tried to reason with Venezia, but Saren had indoctrinated her. He had somehow acquired the ability to control people's actions and wills.
I mean, we did take Liara on the mission. I wonder if that would have been
to watch her mother die in her
altered
arms.
if we
And I
took
was
somebody
left
else.
with an angry, dangerous Rachni queen to deal with. She claimed her drones would do no harm if I released her. But the Rachni had terrorized the galaxy before.
Yeah, it's
I
fine.
couldn't do it. I wouldn't doom an entire species for past sins. And the queen was true to her word. She left and took her army of drones with her. With Saren's top lieutenant dead, he was quickly running out of time and places to hide. I tracked him down at his base on Vermeer. But we
Tracked him
soon learned it
down,
was
i.e.
more
the
than a
council
base
told
of
us where he
operations.
was.
It was a breeding ground. Saren was breeding an army of Krogan. He'd found a cure for the genophage, a disease inflicted on the Krogan to prevent them from breeding and taking over the galaxy. The Krogan Saren was breeding their slaves, mindless beasts that obeyed Saren's will. I had to destroy the base and all its research. Rex disagreed, violently. Rex wanted the genophage cure for his people. I tried to convince him to help me destroy it, that these Krogan weren't real. But he wouldn't back down. Fortunately, Rex is smarter than he looks. He realized this wasn't the way to help his people,
Ugh.
and that Saren was the real threat. When we finally got to the center of the base, I realized just how close Saren was to completing his plan. He was already in communication with the Reapers. Sovereign, Saren's flagship we'd all assumed was just a ship, was a Reaper. It spoke to me, threatened me. I could feel the menace it had for every living thing.
Vermeer's
It
an
wanted me
awesome
dead.
mission.
It wanted us all dead. And I knew it was capable of doing just that. What I couldn't understand was why Saren would help it. But there was no time to think about it. Sovereign knew where we were. We had to destroy the base and get the hell out. I split my team into 2 squads, sending Ash with one and Caden with the other as a distraction. We had a nuke and we planned to use it. Before we could detonate the bomb, Saren showed up. We fought. I stalled him to make time for my team. And in talking to him, I realized the truth. It wasn't Saren who was indoctrinating everyone. It was Sovereign, the Reaper. And Saren was in deeper than all of them. He tried to convince me he was still in control. Said he'd found a way to reduce the Reaper's influence.
I am
He
smart.
was kidding himself. Or believing the lies Sovereign was telling him. Before I could convince him to stop, he ran, leaving me just seconds to extract my squad mates. I tried, but it wasn't fast enough. I could only save one of them. Ash was a good friend, and a great soldier. But I had to choose. And I chose Caden.
Good
That
friend.
was the last time Saren would slip away from me. I knew then, the next time we met, one of us would die. With my team mostly intact, we chased Saren and his army to Ilos, a long-lost planet that had once belonged to the Protheans. As we prepared for what we knew would be a desperate fight, I spoke to my crew. We were just one ship, against Saren's growing army. I assured them all that despite the odds, we could defeat him. But Liara saw through my words. She knew I was hurting after Ash's death. She could sense my doubts. We both knew this mission could be our last. Until that moment, we put our feelings aside for the sake of the mission. why wait? We gave in to each other. And it was perfect. While it lasted. We arrived on Ilo's
Caden because of
coastline,
love?
Saren. Once on the planet, we discovered a Prothean databank that helped me put the final pieces
I did
of
it
my
because
vision together.
Ashley.
The Reapers had come 50,000 years ago, and every 50,000 years before that, each time purging the galaxy of life. The Protheans had fought and died like every species before them, but a few survived long enough to leave a parting gift. The Protheans had discovered that the Citadel was the key to controlling the mass relays. By sabotaging the Citadel, they found a way to close the relays to dark space, slowing the Reapers' return, giving us the time we needed to find a solution to stop the Reapers once and for all. Saren knew this. He was leading his army to take control of the Citadel and re-establish the relays to dark space, bringing the waiting Reapers here to destroy us all. We followed him to the Citadel. It was intact, but heavily damaged. It caught the Council fleets by surprise, and they were only now regrouping. And with Sovereign as his flagship, there was little hope that the fleets could counterattack with enough strength to take back the Citadel. But Saren was done running, and I was done chasing him. As the Alliance and Council fleets battled Saren's army outside the Citadel, I cornered the Turian bastard in the Citadel tower and confronted him. He died believing that the Reapers would save him. As I fought to regain control of the Citadel, the Council's flagship, the Destiny Ascension, fell under attack. Despite Saren's death, Sovereign and Saren's army continued to
Yeah,
fight.
no, it was great.
The Council was aboard the Destiny Ascension, and they were requesting assistance. But I knew in order to help them, I would have to put our human Alliance fleet in jeopardy.
No need for the
Council
sequel.
had to be saved.
Yeah.
They
This is
represented
just
the
a farm
hearts and minds of the
simulator.
galactic community. Without them, the fleets would be in disarray. Even with the Citadel back in my control, Saren defeated and the Normandy leading the combined galactic fleet. The battle against Sovereign, a single Reaper.
You want to be a
was
Paragon
relentless.
farmer or a Renegade
It
farmer?
took the combined fleets of humanity and the other races, but in the end, Sovereign fell. But the costs were immense. While humanity's efforts in the war earned us our first seat on the Council, it was a hollow victory. The Reapers were still out there. I knew the fight was far from over, but as the one who'd led the fight against Saren, I was given new responsibilities. The choice of humanity's first counselor was left to me to decide. On the one hand, Udina, the lifetime politician, ruthless and ambitious. He would easily navigate the political landmines that would soon be placed before him. The other
Yeah.
choice,
Yeah, like that
Anderson,
was it was a
career
purchasable
soldier.
DLC
tough
option,
but fair, but a friend.
so that you could like
someone
kind
I
of
could
hit out
trust.
most of the
Both
big
great leaders in their own
decisions.
right. Anderson didn't want the job, which was a sure sign he'd be perfect for it. No ambition to get in the way. The war was over. The threat had passed. In time, the Council would rebuild itself. The Citadel could be repaired. Even the pain of lost friends would fade. But none of that mattered if the Reapers were still out there. And if they were all as powerful as Sovereign, we had to find a way to stop them.
To
I
stop
had
them.
to find a way. I gathered my crew, took my ship, and went in search of answers. Officially, the Council would only say I was assigned cleanup duty, routing out any remnants of Saren's army. Just another routine mission.
Oh, getting back to the things you said at the beginning. Yeah, for the most part, I think it kind of figures that you did like a lot of renegading. Like, I think you kill the Arachnite Queen. You save whoever.
Commander Shepard has been recovered. The Lazarus Project will proceed as planned.
That was loud. So, like, female Shepherd saves Caden, male Shepherd saves Ashley. It's always kind of weird, because, like, in this game, in the third game, they were just kind of like, well, you didn't play the game, so we'll just assume you made, like, every awful decision you possibly could have. It's like, cool. It's actually a bit of a problem for the third game. Like, if you're playing the third game without a carryover save, it doesn't make any sense. in so much like it's like people from the old game show up and they just die, and you're like, oh, okay, was I supposed to care about that? Do we wanna? Are we good? Do you think we changed at all since the Reapers? I wonder. You probably can't do. Yeah, which is accepted. It's good. Selected. I was maybe think we change the eyeshadow. Change the eyeshadow. Still makeup? Yeah, they know. Motif keeping the faith. Yeah. All right. So Adept is biotic. So soldier's pretty typical soldier. You get like multiple different types of ammo. You get a lot of guns, and I think you can like your main ability is like you slow down time while doing like the adrenaline rush. Infiltrator also I think should have slow down time. It's a little bit different than in multiplayer. She needs nothing except for Dr. Pepper. Yeah. So Vanguard's a little. So Vanguard in the other game had like this ability which allowed you to like take all your abilities off cooldown. That was pretty strong. But instead, they actually has biotic charge now, where you launch your character at opposing forces. It's a pretty fun ability. Let's see. Sentinel, equipped with advance. Yeah, it's a little bit of everything. Tech armor. Oh, yeah, they got tech armor, throw, overload, cryoblast, heavy pistol. Equipped with L5X implants. Singularity, warp, throw, pull, shockwave. So... Oh my god, what is wrong with my eye? Stop it. So Biotics got super nerfed. Super nerfed because of how just like busted they were in the first game, where once you get to a certain level, like every single one of your biotics just takes somebody out. It's like, well, I'll throw this person, I'll stasis this other person, I'll hit singularity, which will take out the group squad, and then I can lift whatever, and they're just completely immobilized while you kill them. So what they did now is that biotics, for the most part, do like nothing against armored units. Warped is the exception. Shockwave can do some damage, but things like singularity, pull, lift, throw, like whatever, they're just like minor nuisances. Except for like warp. I don't think much changed with engineer. Combat droid, overload, incinerate. Yeah. Alright. We're keeping it up though. We're going adept like we did before. Yeah, so there's actually like this yeah, we'll say adept. So it's a little orb that just kind of like goes out and hunts. I think there's like a defensive and an offensive one. Yeah, it's like a robotic engine. Or, anyways. We're going adept, though. L. Nub Nub. Spacer. Ruthless. Yes. Once you confirm your character is complete, you will be unable to change any settings. Alright. Fine.
She's reacting to outside stimuli, showing an awareness of her surroundings. Oh my god, Miranda. I think she's waking up.
Damn it, Wilson. She's not ready yet. Give her the sedative. Shepard, don't try to move. Just lie still. Try to stay calm.
Heart rate's still climbing. Brain activity is off the charts.
That's normal, my brain activity being off the charts.
It's not working.
Another dose. Now.
Heart rate dropping. Stats falling back into normal range. She almost lost it.
I told you your estimates were off. Run the numbers again.
Wilson. Hi, Miranda. Ding, 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 ding.
Wake up, Commander.
Good productivity up, Brad. 5 more minutes? Oh, oh. Ooh, we're a little rough.
Facility is under attack. Shepard, your scars aren't healed, but I need you to get moving. This facility is under attack. There's a pistol in the locker on the other side of the room. Hurry! Grab the pistol and armor from the locker. You don't have time to wait around, Shepard. Grab your weapon and armor.
This pistol doesn't have a thermal clip.
It's a med bay. We'll get you a clip from. Keep your head down, Shepard. Shield yourself from the blast.
Alright, can I do squad points yet? Nice. Okay, so our abilities are throw, singularity, pull, shockwave, and biotic mastery. We were full renegade, and that's all the renegade points I have that carry over? I wish you had to level up when you get out of bed. Health power recharge, Paragon Renegade. Probably. Effective war of enemy, stop, health regeneration, detonates any biotic powers already affecting them, such as pull and singularity, causes further damage, effective against armors and biotic barriers. The problem with pull is it's basically like singularity. So another change that they did is in the first game, you could just like, you use a power and it had an individual cooldown, and then you could just use whatever powers you had. This one, it's a universal cooldown. So as soon as you use a power, all your skills are on cooldown for the duration of that one skill's normal cooldown. Singularity. Probably just want health and, like, you know, living. Power recharge time 15%. Warp throw, singularity. We'll get more points, right? Oh, right, because I haven't done anything yet. Like, another thing, like, again, having no playthrough before, we don't get the extra skill. That's alright. So, like, in Mass Effect 1, you want, like, as many abilities as possible, because you're just spamming them all the time. Shockwave is kind of interesting. Do I have to do pull before I upgrade? I'm gonna check something out. So I do that, I get pull. Okay, and that does... Interesting. Okay. We'll do this, we'll do this. I do this, recharge time 6 seconds. So then the question is, do we want to go singularity to pull to shockwave? Because that's like offensive damage spell. I forget how useful pull is. These things are just so redundant on this character, though. Yeah, it's fine. We'll just start this way. Whoa! Look at the, we got that, plus we have 1 million credits. Nice. That's... I don't remember it carried over that much money. That is a ridiculous sum of money. I remember there being a lot of this. That might actually be all the element 0 we need.
Someone's hacking security trying to kill you. Look for a thermal clip for your pistol.
Other thing that changed,
Looks like they set up a barricade to try holding the mechs off.
things aren't on, like, heated cooldown. Alright, so there's singularity.
Collision proximity command.
Keep moving. We need to get you to the shuttles.
Yeah, I'm on it. I'm on it. Escape the facility when I'm good and ready. Yeah, as long as things don't have armor, it's fine. Oh, good warp. Good warp. Alright. Oh, oh. Okay, that's apparently not cover. That is not cover.
Impact event. Impact event. Allied force has impact event. Rerouting power. Status failure. System data member offline. Allied force member offline.
Nice work, Shepard. Coast is clean.
Alright. Sometimes cover, not actually cover. I mean, I got a scout. We need all the experience we can get. Yeah, so now we actually have to pick up ammo. Supposedly they've upped the amount of ammo in this game. Because it used to be particularly for sniper rifles. Uh-oh. Ooh.
Don't waste time. I can't keep the mix distracted for long.
Oh, oh, this is bad. This is bad.
More reinforcements.
Grenade launcher?
Use the grenade launcher to take them out.
No? Move your mouse over the weapons bar. Equip grenade launcher. Alright, fine, whatever.
Take the elevator down 1 floor.
Yeah. Oh, I guess this is the elevator. Clearly labeled.
Hurry! Get to the door! Run!
Ugh, we made it.
You're doing fine, Shepard. Head to the next room and I'll fight for you. Shepard, read me. I've got things closing in on my...
It'll be a critical mission failure? Oh my gosh. Doot, doot. Okay, Oh, oh, oh.
Progress is slow, but subject shows signs of recovery. Major organs are again functional, and there are signs of rudimentary neurological activity. In an effort to accelerate the process, we've moved from simple organic reconstruction of the subject to biosynthetic fusion. Initial results show promise.
Cerberus laptop. Huh. Wonder what organization saved our lives.
Log update. The cost of this project is astronomical. Over 4 billion credits so far. But nobody seems to care that we've gone over budget. I don't know where the boss gets all this money. Maybe it's better not to know. I just wish he'd kick a little more in my direction once in a while.
Hey, everything's a routine mission until it starts. Then it's a critical mission. Behind you! That seemed excessive. That seemed excessive.
I can't figure Miranda out. As project director, she should be ecstatic at all the progress we've made. But she's still the same old ice queen. Maybe she's worried Shepard might become the new favorite. Or maybe she is just a pure cold-hearted bitch.
Why is that just in a random dialogue?
Come on over. Shepard, what the hell?
Okay, warp field isn't big enough. You got them. Okay. If you say so.
Got him! What are you doing here? Thought you were still a work in progress.
Oh, you know, I was just part of the tour, and I figured, what the heck? Take a little side route. I need answers.
Look, pal, I don't know where I am or how I got here. Plus, my head feels like an overripe melon ready to split open. How about you fill me in a little?
Damn. Yeah, I forgot this is all new to you. Sorry about that. I'm Jacob Taylor. I've been stationed here for...
Hostiles detected.
Damn it! Things must be worse than I thought if Miranda's got you running around. I'll fill you in.
How
We
could
better
they
get
be
you to the
worse than
shuttle
you
first.
thought?
Ever since I woke up, someone's been telling me where to go and what to do. I need answers.
Fair enough. I'll give you the quick version. You and your ship were attacked and destroyed. You were killed. Dead as dead can be when they brought you here. Our scientists spent the last 2 years putting you back together. You've been comatose, or worse, that whole time. Welcome back to your life.
Uh, 2 years?
I'm having trouble wrapping my head around this.
Yeah, I can imagine.
Can
The Alliance
you?
officially declared you killed in action. The whole galaxy thinks you're dead. And if we don't get to those shuttles, they'll be right.
Were there any other survivors from the Normandy?
I'll tell you what.
I care about
You
my
help me
crew.
finish off these mechs, and I'll play 20 questions with you all day. We're low on thermal clips, but I'm a biotic. Just give the order when you want me to hit them with the good stuff.
All right. You already have that. Can I sign this? No. Fantastic. All right. Let's do this.
Target down!
Do 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 do.
Collision proximity warning.
Are you kidding me?
Careful, critical system damage.
Target down!
Okay, this does not hook nearly as
Okay.
nice as the stuff it does in
Promise I'll
3.
answer your questions. What do you want to know?
Where is Liara? I don't know. I don't know. Like, I'm just... They're not answering my questions. We'll find out, maybe.
You said they spent 2 years rebuilding me. How bad were my injuries?
I'm no doctor, but it was bad. When I first saw you, you were nothing but meat and tubes.
Meat and
Anywhere else, they'd have
tubes!
put you in a coffin. But Project Lazarus was different. Cutting-edge technology.
What do you mean, cloning? Cybernetics?
I don't know the details. You'd have to ask the scientists. But I'm pretty sure you're not a clone. They wanted to bring you back exactly as you were. You're still you. You just might have a few extra bits and pieces now.
What can you tell me about the project? Were there other test subjects?
Project Lazarus only had one subject. The whole point was to bring you back. Just you. Even that was a challenge. 2 years. All the top scientists. The best technology money could buy.
So this was all to give you the, it's like the amnesia thing, right? So they kill you off so that you can rebuild your career however you want to. And everybody gets to start fresh.
Do you know anything about this attack? Who's behind it, what they're after?
Damned if I know. I was getting ready for some shut-eye, then bam! Bunch of explosions. Next thing I know, every damn mech in the place starts shooting at us. I'm guessing it had to be an inside job. You'd need top security access to hack all the mechs.
Do you know anything about this attack? Who's behind it, what they're after?
Damned if I know. I was getting ready for some shut-eye, then bam!
Oh.
Bunch of explosions. I'm guessing it had to be an inside job.
Oops.
The last thing I remember is the Normandy blowing up. Did anyone else make it?
Just about everybody survived. A few servicemen from the lower decks didn't get out. Navigator Presley was killed by an explosion.
Oh, not
Everyone
Presley.
else, including the non-Alliance crew, the Asari, Liara, and the Quarian, they all made it out alive.
Liara's alive.
Do you know what any of them are doing now?
I don't know, Commander. It's been 2 years. They've moved on. Left the Alliance. Could be anywhere.
They were my team. If they knew I was alive, they'd come back.
Maybe you can track them down after we get off the station. If we get off the station.
Not done talking. So, who's
When I
this
first woke up,
Miranda?
Someone named Miranda was talking to me over the radio. We lost contact just before I ran into you.
Miranda Lawson is the station's ranking officer. She led the Lazarus team. It was her job to bring you back to life, no matter what. Should have guessed she'd try to save you. She's not about to give up on you now. You said you lost contact. Could you tell what was happening?
There was some gunfire and an explosion right before I lost her.
She knows how to take care of herself. But I hope she's okay.
Tell me about yourself. What are you doing here? Do you like long walks on the beach? Maybe, biotics after sunset?
What's your job here?
Depends on who you ask. Technically, I'm Miranda's top lieutenant, but I'm just a soldier. I served 5 years in the Alliance before this. Now I'm in charge of the station's security. Usually a lot more dull than this. Normally I don't fire my gun unless it's target practice.
Alright.
It's the quickest way to those shuttles.
Guess we're done
Depends where the
talking.
mechs are thickest. It's probably best if we...
Check. Anyone on this frequency? Anybody still alive out there? Hello?
Wilson, this is Jacob. I'm here with Commander Shepard.
Wait,
Just took
were
out
they
a wave
were they
of mechs
listening
over
on their
in Delia.
hand or in their ear?
Alive? How the hell? Never mind. You need
Maybe
to
it's
get out of
connected.
there. Get to the service tunnels and head for the network control room.
Roger that, Wilson. Stay on this frequency.
I think I remember a Wilson checking on me one time when I woke up.
That's him. He's the chief medical tech. Answers directly to Miranda. Come on. The service tunnels are this way.
Nope, more ammo.
Incoming.
All right. Target. Lift. Don't ever say that again, Jacob.
Damn it, Wilson. This room is crawling with mechs.
The whole station is crawling with mechs.
All right, that hit detection. A little bit to be desired. Come on out. Come on out. Don't be scared. It's gonna be fine. Wow, no, like that one shot.
Wilson, find us another route out of here. Preferably one that doesn't lead straight into an enemy squad.
Just keep moving toward the control room. Don't get pinned down. I'll see what I can do.
Don't get shot. Just dodge more. Great advice.
They found me. Help!
Wilson, where are you?
Server room B! Hurry! They're out of control!
Up those stairs, Shepard.
Hold on.
They shot me!
Let's make sure everything is checked out. Oh, yeah, look at this. Look at this. More computers.
Physical reconstruction of subject is complete, but we still need to evaluate all mental and neurological functions. Our orders were clear. Make Commander Shepard who she was before the explosion. The same mind, the same morals, the same personality. If we alter her identity in any way, if she's somehow not the woman she used to be, the Lazarus Project will have failed. I refuse to let that happen.
The internet is the worst. Wow, you sure like posting your logo everywhere.
Shepard, down here! Bastards got me in the leg!
Do I want to say I remember you, Wilson? Advanced conversation. Probably.
We need to get off this station.
Yeah.
Going anywhere till someone fixes my leg.
Should be some Medi-gel in the first aid station on the wall. Hopefully there's enough to get him up and moving again.
Grab the Medi-gel from the first aid station on the wall.
That is what he just said. If you just repeat
Wilson's hurt
everything
bad.
he
Needs
says,
help.
we're gonna have a problem.
Thanks, Shepard. Never thought you'd save my life. Guess that makes us even now, huh? I thought maybe I could shut down the security mechs, but whoever did this fried the whole system. Completely irreversible.
We didn't ask what you were doing. Why do you even have security mech clearance? You were in the bio wing.
Weren't you listening? I came here to try and fix this. Besides, I was shot. How do you explain that?
Don't trust any of you. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what your name is.
I don't care who set up who. Those mechs are shooting at all of us. We'll sort it out later.
We need to find Miranda first. We can't just leave her behind.
Forget about Miranda. She was over in D-Wing. The mechs were all over that sector. There's no way she survived.
A bunch of mechs won't drop Miranda. She's alive.
Then where is she? Why haven't we heard from her? There are only two possible explanations. She's either dead,
Yeah.
or she's a traitor.
Haven't known her long enough to trust her.
This project was Miranda's baby. She'd never sabotage it.
Okay, maybe she's not a traitor, but that doesn't change the facts. We're here, she's not. We need to save ourselves. The shuttle bay is only a few.
Don't get Jenkins.
Overload the canisters to clear a path to the shuttles.
Yeah.
That's it. Let's get out of here.
Did you hide behind the canisters then tell me to blow them up? Wilson. Wilson.
Okay, we took him down.
What?
This is getting
Cutscene?
tense. Shepard, if I tell you who we work for, will you trust me?
This really isn't the time, Jacob.
We won't make it if she's expecting a shot in the back.
If you want to piss off the boss, it's your ass, Jacob.
The Lazarus Project, the program that rebuilt you. It's funded and controlled by Cerberus.
Cerberus? No! I mean, all the logs said it was Cerberus, but I never imagined.
You told me you were with the Alliance. I don't like being played for a sucker.
I
I
don't.
didn't lie to you, Commander. I was with the Alliance before I joined Cerberus.
Too much red
The
tape?
Alliance declared you dead. They gave up. Cerberus spent a fortune to bring you back. Look, I'd be suspicious too, but right now we have to work together. I thought you deserved to know what's what. Once we're off the station, I'll take you to the elusive man. He'll explain everything. I promise.
Elusive man. Is he in charge of all this?
Yeah, that's not his real name, of course. Nobody knows who he really is.
It was a code name the Alliance used for him. Kinda stuck.
I don't care what his name is. He just needs to answer my questions. All of them.
I'm shocked.
Spent a lot
Shocked
of
that
money
there's
and time
gambling
to
going
figure
on
it out.
here. Your winnings,
Sure,
monsieur.
I'd be more
Thank
than
you.
happy to tell you whatever you want to know.
It's not much farther to the shuttle bay.
Unlock 15 codex entries. Oh no. Oh, datapad. Datapad. Unity or Orion. So, one thing. Okay. Oh my gosh, that alarm's just gonna go off. Photo mode. Oh, I know, he smokes. And sounds a lot like Martin Sheen. So it used to be a thing like the best way to get experience was to scan Metagel stations. Like if you had to pick up Metagel, then... Dun, dun, dun. All right, we're okay. Da-da-ba. Okay, let's scan the room. Scan the rooms. Dun, 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 dun. There it is for nerds like Liara, whom we love. Also true. Were there ammo clips down here? If I remember correctly, I think this is the better approach.
Moving to cover.
Yes, use cover. Oh, hi, friendo.
Seen us.
All right, lift. Whoa, 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 whoa. All right, let's reset here for a second. Do you have your abilities back yet?
I got him!
I mean, using abilities also saves us ammo. Alright. Good. Oh my gosh, there's still one over here. How? Why? Okay. Da-da-ba.
Get over here! Have a nice trip!
You missed. Wilson didn't. Alright, no, we're fine. We're fine. We got this. Insanity mode? Yeah.
Have a nice trip.
Your aim is a little bit sus there. Really? Might be just like out of range. All the ammo, data pad. Oh, see, we get credits.
Test subject has been recovered, but the damage is far worse than we initially feared. In addition to the expected burns and internal injuries from the explosion, subject has suffered significant cellular breakdown due to long-term exposure to vacuum and sub-zero temperatures. Despite the extent of the physical trauma, Wilson assures me subject is salvageable. The Lazarus Project will proceed as planned.
All right.
Going to ground.
Going to ground. Oh wait, there's another mech. Hey there.
Have a nice trip.
Oh wow, Singularity was a detonator. Interesting. Interesting. I didn't think it was. I thought it was just a primer. Here's the third one.
Come on, through here. We're almost at the... Miranda, but you were...
Jenkins!
Dead?
What the hell are you doing?
My job. Wilson betrayed us all.
I knew he was lying. Probably. Is that your idea of due process? Ha 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 ha! I knew he was lying.
I had a feeling Wilson was just looking for a chance to shoot me in the back.
Good instincts.
That's right.
Some people are far too trusting to ever see that coming. Come on, let's grab this shuttle and get out of here. My boss wants to speak to you.
You mean the elusive man? I know you work for Cerberus.
Ah, Jacob. I should have known your conscience would get the better of you.
Lying to the commander isn't the way to get her to join our cause.
Well, since we're getting everything out in the open, is there anything else you want to ask before we go, Commander?
Everything! All the questions!
Convenient that you show up as we're leaving. Where were you during the attack?
Besides trying to save your life?
Yes.
Wilson figured out I was helping you and he sent an army of mechs to take me out. I got here as soon as I could. Probably a little too soon if you ask Wilson.
What about the rest of the people on the station?
This is the evac area. If they're not here now, they're not coming.
But they might have survived.
We can't leave without knowing for sure. We need to go back and look.
Don't you get it? The only one worth saving is you. Everyone else is expendable.
She's right. We all knew the risks when we signed up. Without you, there's no point to any of this.
That's true. That's true.
Where are we going?
Another Cerberus facility. The elusive man is waiting for you there.
I'm not sure I trust you.
This is the only shuttle off the station. You want to stay and rot with the mechs? Be my guest.
You're the Lazarus Project's director, aren't you?
That's right. I put 2 years of my life into this project. Into you.
What does Cerberus want from me?
Maybe you should ask the elusive man when you meet him. He poured virtually unlimited resources into Lazarus. Obviously, he has some kind of plan for you.
Alright. right.
Had enough of this station to last a lifetime.
Oh, I know.
Or two,
I know
in
I'm
your case.
important.
Come on.
Wow, that's a really big base. We have a project for one person. Do we just need a lab? No. No, we need an entire station.
Before you meet with the elusive man, we need to ask a few questions to evaluate your condition.
Come on, Miranda. More tests?
Hey, not that one guy.
Shepard took down those mechs without any trouble. That has to be good enough.
It's been 2 years since the attack. The elusive man needs to know that Shepard's personality and memories are intact. Ask the questions.
Oh, so weird because chat doesn't scroll when somebody joins. But hello, how's it going? How was the Resident Evil The Village? 2 years? We already said 2 years, though. We could still. It's still, like, that's like a lot of time to be dead.
Did you say 2 years? I've been gone that long?
2 years and 12 days. And you were on an operating table for most of it.
The sooner we start, the sooner we can be done. Start with personal history.
Okay. Records show you were a spacer kid. Raised mostly on one ship or another. You enlisted and led troops during some heavy fighting, most notably on Torfin. Do you remember taking on some Batarian slavers?
I did what was necessary.
Those bastards were dug in deep in a fortified bunker. I sent a lot of good soldiers to their deaths. That's how it had to be.
You got the job done. That's all that matters. Satisfied, Miranda?
Almost. Let's try something more recent. Vermeer, where you destroyed Saren's cloning facility. You had to leave one of your squad behind to die in the blast.
Gunnery Chief Ashley Williams was killed in action. It was your call. Why did you leave her behind?
Because she was racist. Mostly for that. Silverado, thank you for the sub. Welcome back to the Murder Most Foul. Oh yeah, it was that or die.
Being in command means that sometimes you give orders knowing that your people are gonna die. That can't affect your decisions. Ash gave her life for the rest of the team. Without her, I couldn't have stopped Saren. She died a hero.
I understand, Commander. And I wasn't judging your decision. Everybody
guess.
at Cerberus knows that cloning facility had to be destroyed.
There are other tests we really should run.
Come on, Miranda. Enough with the quizzes. The
Yeah, so we
numbers
just
are-
got started.
and I can vouch for Shepard's combat skills personally.
I suppose you're right. We'll have to hope the elusive
So
man
it-
accepts our little field test as evidence enough.
We had the opening cutscene, which involved us getting jettisoned into space, which is awful. It's awful. I really don't recommend getting jettisoned into the recesses of space to anybody. You should probably avoid it if you can.
The elusive man is waiting for you in the other room.
Then we listened to a comic book which kind of retold everything that happened in 1, and then we have a small, like, introductory tutorial kind of thing. All right. Well, no, before we get started.
I wouldn't keep the elusive man waiting. I wouldn't keep the elusive man waiting.
Uh-huh. Are you going to say the same thing?
The elusive man is waiting for you in the other room.
Yeah. Customized gear. All right. Armor. No helmet, of course. Gotta see that all the time. Chest plate. I don't have any other options. Shoulder guards, no options. Uh-huh. Yep. Yeah. Yep. Oh, but we can, look at that. We can customize our outfit. Look at that. What's tint 2? So red and black, because it's like Colossus armor, and that's going to help keep us alive. Yeah. That's how we do it. Pattern? No, well, no, maybe. Maybe. Camouflage. Like, that looks way more like 1, but pattern color. Oh yeah, my little N70 stripe. Oh no, you gotta have the N7 stripe though. Yeah, that just has to be red. That's how that does. Casual appearance. Well, I mean, there's nothing casual about us. All right, so we got Cerberus uniform. No. Cerberus uniform. Probably still a no. Is that a vagabond? What is that? Some sort of engineer? Come on. All right, it's like a Normandy thing. Oh, the jacket. I don't think I can do that. Yeah. I gotta be rocking the N7 hoodie. I mean, I have this jacket. Yes. Apparently we're gonna go do meetings in armor, though. Apparently we're doing meetings in armor. We're gonna talk to the elusive man. They were backlit and smoking a cigarette while talking cryptic. I'm sure they're a wonderful person.
Commander Shepard.
Elusive man. I thought we'd be meeting face to face.
A necessary precaution. Not unusual for people who know what you and I
know. Yeah, no, I need answers. I need some answers.
From what I hear, I cost you a fortune. Why'd you do it?
For the defense and preservation of humanity. I didn't spend 2 years and billions of credits bringing you back to serve as a common soldier. But humanity is up against the greatest threat of our brief existence.
The Reapers.
Good to see your memory's still intact. How are you feeling?
Yeah, not bad. Not bad.
I noticed a few upgrades. I hope you didn't replace anything really important.
We tried to keep you as intact as possible. We need Shepard, just as you were when you...
Mako lifeblood?
What are the Reapers doing that made you decide to bring me back?
79.
We're at war. No one wants to admit it, but humanity is under attack. While you've been sleeping, entire colonies...
I was dead, not sleeping.
Human colonies. We believe it's someone working for the Reapers, just as Saren and the Geth aided Sovereign. You've seen it yourself. You bested all of them. That's just one reason we chose you.
Fighting a war doesn't seem like Cerberus. Why are you involved?
We're committed to the advancement and preservation of humanity. If the Reapers are targeting us, trying to wipe us out, Cerberus will stop them. If we wait for politicians or the Alliance to act, no more human colonies will be left.
Sovereign was trying to harvest all life in the galaxy. Why would the Reapers target a few human colonies?
Hundreds of thousands of colonists have vanished. I'd say that fits the definition of harvesting. Nobody's paying attention because it's random, and the attacks occur in remote locations. I don't know why they've suddenly targeted humanity. Maybe you got their attention when you killed one of them.
Fighting a war doesn't seem like Cerberus.
We're committed to the advancement and preservation of humanity.
Oh, I thought I actually hit the same thing.
Targeting us, trying to wipe us out.
I did.
If we wait for politicians or the Alliance,
abductions, why me?
No colonies will be left.
Oh yeah, these like move around a little bit.
You could have trained an entire army for what you spent to bring me back.
You're unique. Not
I
just
am.
ability or what you
I'm important and unique.
What you represent.
And gosh darn it,
You stood
people
for
love
humanity
me.
At a key moment. You're more than a soldier. You're a symbol. And I don't know if the Reapers understand fear, but you killed one. They have to respect that.
If this is a threat against humanity, you need to mobilize the Alliance.
Keep forgetting my
They
character's
suffered
name is
substantial
Nub.
losses against
Nub.
Sovereign. They're rebuilding, still stretched too thin to waste resources verifying the Reaper threat. Blaming the abductions on mercs and pirates is easier and more convenient.
Where do we start?
If you're after the Reapers, just point me in the right direction.
Miranda was worried you'd be resistant. She's not usually wrong. I have a shuttle ready to take you to Freedom's Progress, the latest colony to be abducted. Miranda and Jacob will brief you.
Miranda killed Wilson in cold blood. Jacob's just a gun for hire. You expect me to trust them?
Wilson was one of my best agents, but he was a traitor. Miranda did exactly what I expected of her, and she saved your life in more ways than one. Jacob's a soldier, one of the best. He's never fully trusted me, but he's always been honest about it. You'll be just fine with them.
I'll find the evidence. I'll find it. Manufacture it if need be.
I'll get what you're looking for and be back before you know it.
Good to hear it. Find any clues you can. Who's abducting the colonies? Do they have any connection to the Reapers? I brought you back. It's up to you to do the rest.
Ugh. Gosh, every time somebody brings you back to life, it's like you owe them. Alright, codex entries. Oh my gosh, Scholar. Oh, we got 1,000 points from that conversation. Nice. Uh-huh. Oh, that's pretty good. That's pretty good. Turn radius. Wow, that's an excellent turn radius. Woo! Right. Anyways, what up?
The elusive man is very impressed with you. I'm eager to see if you can live up to his expectations on this mission.
What's the matter, Lawson? Worried you're not his favorite anymore?
I've proven my value to the elusive man. Let's hope you're able to do the same.
What is your deal?
Are you naturally this bitchy, or is it just me?
I have the utmost respect for your abilities, Shepard. It's your motivations that concern me. I believe in what Cerberus stands for. Only time will tell if you prove to be an asset or a liability to our cause.
What I stand for? You mean rescuing all of humanity? Yeah, that's... yeah. Yeah, or like a tractor mower?
What can you tell me about this colony we're going to?
Freedom's Progress? It's a typical human settlement in the Terminus systems. They had a small military force for protection supplemented by mechs and security drones. Average in almost every way, really. Completely unremarkable. Until the disappearance.
Any thoughts on what we might run into there?
A lot of empty buildings and one giant mystery.
I'd like to know more about the Lazarus Project from the person in charge.
I wasn't in charge. The elusive man was. If I was running the show, would have done a few things differently.
Like what?
What would you have changed?
To start, I would have implanted you with some type of control chip. But the elusive man wouldn't allow it. He was afraid it might affect your personality, alter your character somehow. He wouldn't let us do anything that might limit your potential in any way.
Guess I'm glad the elusive man is in charge.
Can't say I like the idea of being brought back to life with a control chip in my brain.
The elusive man is taking an incredible risk with you. I just hope his gamble pays off.
No gambling.
Tell me a little about yourself.
Worried about my qualifications? I can crush a mech with my biotics or shoot its head off at 100 yards. Take your pick.
Did you and Jacob serve together in the Alliance?
No. The elusive man recognized my potential and recruited me at a young age.
How old were you?
Old enough to know this is what I wanted.
I was trying to get to know you as a human being.
I'm not looking for a friend, Shepard. Stay focused on the mission.
Okay. Yeah, no, I guess that's
It's obvious you're not interested in talking.
We've got an assignment. We can talk about it or we can do it.
All right, all right. Hello. What are you doing in there? I don't know.
I'm glad the elusive man convinced you to join us, Commander.
I think I'll reserve judgment.
Cerberus gave me my body back. That's worth giving them a chance. One chance.
But you're still not convinced. Do you trust me, Commander?
Do we trust Jacob? No.
Part of Cerberus. I'll be keeping an eye on you too.
Fair enough. I can't expect you to trust me just because I ask you. I'll just have to earn that trust.
But let's hear more about you.
You said you served in the Alliance.
5 years in total. Stationed all over the galaxy. Even spent a couple of years as a Corsair.
Corsair?
I've never heard of the Corsairs.
It was an Alliance initiative. They hired independent starship captains and used them for missions that fell outside official Alliance jurisdiction. Technically, we weren't part of the Alliance. If we ever got caught, they could disavow any knowledge of us. We were supposed to be free from restrictions and rules. There was still enough red tape to sink a cruiser. I finally just gave up.
Red tape, the real enemy. That's why the N7s have the red stripe. It's red tape. It's what it is.
Why did you join Cerberus?
I guess I just got tired of never making a difference. So much of what we did in the Alliance seemed pointless. I thought things would change after the attack on the Citadel. Humanity was finally invited to join the Council, but nothing changed. Politics, bureaucracy, same bullshit, different leaders.
Language.
Cerberus is different. When colonies go missing, we don't commission a team to write a report to figure out what the hell to do about it. We just go and find out.
Do you know anything about this colony we're going to?
It's called Freedom's Progress. Don't know much else. I guess we'll find out when we get there.
That's all for now.
Yes, ma'am.
Alrighty. So I think we've done all the things. I didn't, like, burn any gear. Oh, right. So I think there was, like, DLC gear, but in the Legendary Edition, it's supposedly kind of, like, sprinkled throughout. 1,000 experience. We did it. That's so much money. So we did start at level 5, which is the level we're supposed to start at. I think this is carryover from like all the heavy metal stuff we did. That's where they get those numbers from. 119 Paragon, 190 Renegade. And we got the launcher.
We should be there shortly, Shepard.
Yeah,
Elusive
hacking
men placed under
rocks.
your command. Do you have any orders?
What did you find at the other colonies?
Nothing. No signs of attack, no corpses, not even a trace of unusual genetic material to give us a clue. They just disappear. And we've got no target to go after.
Are you sure you'll be comfortable following my orders?
We didn't bring you back from the dead just to second guess you, Commander. If the elusive man says you're in charge, you're in charge.
Yeah, what about that, Miranda? I hear Jacob saying it.
What makes you think this investigation will turn up anything new?
At other colonies, official investigators got there first. Sometimes looters or salvage teams as well. We're hoping to be the first ones there this time. Maybe find clues before somebody else disturbs the scene.
Someone could still be alive. Nope.
We're gonna find out who did this and take them down. Nothing gets in our way. Am I clear?
Perfectly, Commander.
Good to have you here, Shepard.
All right, Codex. Yeah, we definitely read all the homework assignments. Yeah. No, I know. I know all the stuff. Don't worry about it. Freedom's Progress. Save Joker. We did that. Freedom's Progress. Alternate assignments. Okay. So yeah, I think it just does these like block missions, so you can kind of just go back if you miss something, because once you get done with a quest, you're done. Like, you can't go back to it. So if you miss loot, which is like in terms of like upgrades or a new type of weapon, you're just out of luck. Squad. All right, I got warp. What's Jacob got? Jacob's got pool, incendiary ammo, Cerberus operative, and barrier. Health damage, incendiary ammo is actually kind of helpful. What's Miranda have? Yeah, so we get bonuses as long as she's around. Plus, she also has Overload, Warp, which are both amazing abilities. And then once you get to level 4, you get to, like, diversify it. So we can have Heavy Overload, or you can do Area Overload. Heavy Warp, Unstable Warp. Increases the blast radius when warp detonates biotic effects. Your warp damage is hugely increased. Hugely. I guess we can be kind of even distributed. It's fine. Jacob. That's me. I do have 2 points. Yeah, I'm still not sure if I want to go throw or just do... Like I said... Like, I have to go into this to upgrade this, and that's sort of annoying. Jacob. Cerberus operative. Incendiary ammo. Fire damage 30% of weapons over 30. Yeah, so that, like, instead of needing, like, ammo modifiers that you just clip on your weapons, crew just kind of have their own. Let's try and keep you alive. Oh, these are loyalty things. Right. I forgot about that. Yeah, I don't care about duration. Maybe duration's fine. So, eventually we'll have what are known as, like, loyalty missions. It kind of became known as loyalty missions. So it's a personal mission with each crew member, and typically gives you, like, some backstory on them. You have to take them with you. We saw it already in the first game with, like, you know, Garrus and the Dr. Organ stuff, and then getting Rex's armor. It's it was a really cool concept. I don't care about Slam. Yeah, no, we're fine. We're fine. Okay. Oh, Cerberus has provided additional weapons. Okay, I got a machine pistol, which is kind of garbage. I'll use it until we do, until I find a hurricane. Hurricane, that's where it's at. Let us investigate. Huh. Apparently, we don't have flashlights.
Looks like everyone just got up and left right in the middle of dinner.
It's not like a map or anything. Oh yeah, so it just tells us where the objectives are. Just tells us where the objectives are.
Strange. No bodies, no structural damage, and no signs of battle.
Alright, can you, I need you to kind of not be in my way. Kind of not be in my way. Scoping the area, looking for everything. Oh. Yes. So, like, without the DLC, you are on a super tight budget. I can't remember if you can actually upgrade everything if you don't have certain DLCs to just increase your money, but it did look like we carry over a ton more cash from the first game.
Hear that? Sounds like fender specs.
Strange.
Yeah, so they have armor on, so, like, my abilities... So you can look at the abilities here and see how they're redded out. That means they're just way less effective against these units. I think that's what it means. Okay, well, I still can get a detonation. Alright, they're done for.
I've got him! Attention right!
Oh, jeez. But you also see how insanity, like, I'm almost always out of shields, like, the whole time. It's fun.
Shoot them before they take out your shield.
So we're running away. We're running away. Oh, are they gated?
Moving to point.
So they're not actually gonna budge into this area? Okay, that's fine.
Have a nice trip.
Nope, nope. Woo! Okay, no, it's fine, it's fine. We got this.
Shields are down.
Shields are down. Good job. Alright, still not dead from warp. Now we can pull.
Have a nice trip. Those mechs shouldn't have been hostile. They should have recognized us as human.
Someone reprogrammed them to attack on sight. We're not alone here.
Oh, yeah. So in all the games, I think as far as insanity difficulty, 2 is like the hardest. And imagine, like, we have 5 points coming into this. Probably a reason why you couldn't actually play on this difficulty until you had beaten the game. And they're like, you should probably import a file. You might wanna. Wall save. Did they get rid of the hacking mini games? Gel +1. They didn't. All right, highlight individual nodes to find matching symbols. When you found 2 connecting symbols, select them on the circuit board. Complete all the circuits before you run out on the bypass. H, top, top, HH. Mini games. This is what hacking is. They got rid of Frogger. They got rid of Frogger.
We've been spotted.
Whoa, 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 whoa. Not cool.
Here we go.
Gravity's what me and your mother, huh?
Yeah, so like that did nothing to them.
Backup systems requesting assistance. Critical systems.
Shields have failed.
Oh, also they explode. Yeah, I forgot they do explode. So if you're in close proximity, they can also take down your shields and do damage to you. It's like really tough. It's fine. It's fine. What was that? Hooah! Get out of my way!
Stop right there!
Praza, you said you'd let me handle this. Wait, Shepard?
I'm not taking any chances with Cerberus operatives.
Put those weapons down!
It's Tally!
Is that... you're alive?
Remember when I gave you that Geth data tally? Did it help you complete your pilgrimage?
Yes, it did. Praza, weapons down. This
No, it
is
was Frogger.
definitely Commander Shepard.
Why is your old commander working for Cerberus?
I don't know. Maybe we should ask.
I did it to help humanity.
I know Cerberus has a bad past, but they're the only group investigating these missing colonies. The Council turned its back on humanity. I haven't.
Tally, you aren't seriously considering trusting Cerberus?
No, I'm trusting Shepard. And besides, we could use the help. One of our people was here on pilgrimage. His name was Vitor. We came to find him.
Mm-hmm.
Everyone else is dead. What makes you think Vitor survived?
We saw him when we landed.
You saw him? Then why isn't he with you already?
Vitor was injured, and he was always, nervous.
She means that he was unstable. Combine that with damage to his suit CO2 scrubbers and an infection from an open-air exposure, and he's likely delirious.
When he saw us landing, he hid in a warehouse on the far side of town. We suspect he also programmed the mechs to attack anything that moved.
Oh, good. We need to team up, or we can handle it from here.
You should head back to your ship, Tally. We'll let you know when we find Vitor.
Like hell. I'm not letting Cerberus...
Yeah, like, what do we think that we're actually going to listen to that?
Praza. There are too many drones out there. You'll need 2 teams to get past them. And It would be a gesture of goodwill for my people. Head for the warehouse through the center of the colony. We'll circle around the far side and draw off some of the drones to clear you a path.
Why do you hate Cerberus? What? Why? I can't imagine why you would hate an anti-you organization.
Your people really don't like Cerberus. What did I miss?
They killed our people, infiltrated our flotilla, and tried to blow up one of our ships.
That's not how I'd have explained it exactly. It was nothing personal.
We can argue over who killed who later. Right now, we've got a job to do.
Agreed. We work together to get to Vitor.
You expect us to do all the dirty work while you sneak in and grab Vitor? Not likely.
We're better equipped for a frontal assault than they are, Commander.
Shepard, I'm trusting you here. I need you to trust me. We're
Hey,
moving
Weeks.
out. If you want your answers, get to that warehouse.
The Quarians are an unexpected variable. They could help us, but I'd hope to keep an eye on them.
I bet they're saying the same thing about us.
Be careful, Shepard. There's a squad of security drones up ahead.
Thanks for the warning.
Oh,
We'll take
security
care
drones. There's only one E. Oh, is it Wex? Sorry. Wex. I will say Wex from now on. Probably. I will do my best.
Incoming.
Oh, incoming. Where? Oh, hi there. How are you? Wait, so does warp stack? Alright, you're done. Yes. Alright. Top battery, H battery, C, top. Whew. This timer gets like to the halfway point. Rex? Got it. Alright.
Use overload on them.
Uh-huh. That was you using your own abilities.
Enemy down. There we go.
Oh my gosh, this is gonna take forever.
Yes. Yes.
No, not that's a little bit overkill. Okay, I kind of wanted this for this.
Here we go. Not a problem.
Yeah, no, it's totally not a problem. Everything's fine. Hey, Papa Neat, how's it going?
That one, yes.
Whew.
Shepard, Praza and his squad rushed on ahead. I told them to wait, but they wouldn't listen. They want to find Vitor and take him away before you get here.
We should have expected this.
Come on. We can still catch them.
We can still catch them. But first... Yeah, see, now that we're full on Metagel, every single time we scan one of these, we get 100 experience. So it's like this big experience, like, I don't know, what do you call it? But in terms of, like, do I heal my crewmates or let myself die and save and try and flawless an area, or do I get 100 experience every single time I see one of these things? This is fine. No. Definitely not like some sort of arena where a bunch of combat's about to happen. Oh my gosh, combat! Alright, the one flying overhead, go ahead and... Are you in cover? So there's like a real heavy emphasis on the, cover.
Enemy down! Perfect!
Damn it, Shepard!
I was saving your life by shooting you. It's fine. Really, Miranda's the only thing that matters, because her overload is just better.
I've got him.
Yeah, see, like, that doesn't do any damage. Well, I mean, that's a little bit of damage over time. I mean, it's not nearly as much as this. That's, like, set for it. Do-do-do. If crew needs Metagel, they can buy their own. Yeah. It's true. I still got 3 of these things. Okay, that was like just me eating a missile.
Me down!
Okay. Do you understand what's happening here, Tally? I do. Oh, that's bad.
They did want to get to Vito first.
Get your squad into cover and I'll open the loading bay doors.
We'll take cover by the doors. Shepard, you take point.
Heading to cover!
Right.
Oh, but medkit. 100 experience. Is this the Weimer?
Take point, Shepard. We'll cover
But first, I need my money. Need it. I need it.
We'll take cover by the doors. Shepard, you take point.
Okay. Take your time. Pretty sure they're dead.
That mech's got heavy armor plating. Those Quarians never stood a chance.
This is gonna be one tough son of a bitch to take down.
Alright. So this fight is, like, incredibly gross. So it has shields into armor. It pretty much, like, one-shots the squad.
Overload will take out their shields.
Got it.
Try to overload their shields.
Alright, get into cover first.
I got it.
Alright. Now we're like, so the best thing to do, I think, is just to rush this room. And the mech doesn't come over here.
Taking fire.
Because it's so much damage. Are you kidding me? Yeah, so like the missile can knock you back with stunning, and yeah, there's like almost no startup animation. At least gives us a chance. Now this I can deal with. So, like, slow firing weapons are normally better against armor. Yeah. Yep. No, it's good. This is how we stay alive.
Now let's finish you off.
Oh, and now he just got health left.
Have a nice trip.
Okay, that worked.
It's going up.
All right. Let's go ahead and loot. Whoa, I thought when the mech blew up there was like a bunch of parts. Like a bunch of parts. It's 100, I thought it was 100 XP. Bypass. Battery H, top. Battery H. See, battery H. Maybe I am misreading it. Maybe it's just 100 credits. Oh, power cell. Yep. Want that. Heavy weapon armor. I think that also heavy weapon armor has, like, I can't remember if, or heavy weapon ammo has the similar thing. Where it's just better. Get some iridium.
This is valuable.
Heavy weapon ammo. Anything else? I mean, there's a body here. We shot it over there, but the body's here. It's fine. Miranda, you gotta not do that.
This is your chance to go find Vitor while I tend to the wounded, Shepard. He's probably somewhere in the back of the loading bay.
All right. Yeah, most of this fragile stuff, like, gets... Like, if you shoot it, it takes forever, but... solid elbow gets the job done.
Monsters coming back. Mechs will protect. Safe from swarms. Have to hide. No monsters. No swarms. No.
Vitor?
No Vitor. Not here. Swarms can't find. Monsters coming. Have to hide.
Ah, yes. Shepard's ability to deal with people with post-traumatic stress disorders. It's great.
Hey, I'm talking to you.
Great. We come all this way and our only witness is a babbling idiot.
Swarms coming. Storm coming. Storm of swarms. Mechs will.
They also have, interrupts.
You're not one of them. You're human. They didn't find you?
Who didn't find us?
The monsters. The swarms. They took everyone.
Yeah, so they introduced these like quick time events to have, I guess, like I said, they're like called Renegade or Paragon interrupts, depending on which like way you want to get. Which, like, the first couple times I played through, I had no idea that, like, it was okay to miss them to maybe get points of the version you were trying to play. Yeah, no, we weren't here.
Not survivors, Vitor. We just got here.
You don't know. You didn't see. But I see everything.
Looks like security footage. He must have pieced it together manually.
What the hell is that?
My god. I think it's a collector.
Looking for some humans in boxes, mint condition?
Is that some kind of alien?
They're a species from somewhere beyond the Omega-4 relay. Only a few people have ever seen one in person.
They usually work through intermediaries, like slavers or hired mercenaries. If they're involved with the Reapers somehow, it could explain what happened to the colonies.
The collectors have advanced technology. They could have a weapon that disables an entire settlement at once.
The Seeker swarms. No one can hide. The Seekers find you, freeze you, then the monsters take you away.
Why didn't the collectors take you?
Swarms didn't find me. Monsters didn't know I was here.
The collectors aren't known for being careless. Maybe his enviro suit kept him from showing up on their sensors.
Or they were using technology specifically designed to detect humans. Only human colonies have been hit.
Both reasonable assumptions.
Tell me more about these swarms.
It's how they find you. Seeker clouds, machines like tiny insects. They go everywhere. They find you, then they sting you, freeze you.
Sounds like miniature probes, maybe. Find victims, then immobilize them with a stasis field or nerve toxin.
I want to know more about the collectors.
Nobody knows much. They're so rare, a lot of people don't even believe they exist.
More importantly, why are they abducting human colonists? What are they after?
Maybe the elusive man can figure it out.
Alright, go ahead, Veter. Go on.
What happened next?
The monsters took the people onto the ship, and then they left. The ship flew away. But they'll be back for me. No one escapes.
I think that's probably all we're getting out of him, Commander.
What a waste of time.
We finally find a witness, and he's so off his nut he can't even tell us what he saw.
There was camera footage!
The monsters,
You
the swarms.
were looking at it.
I recorded them with my Omni tool. Lots of readings. Electromagnetic, dark energy.
We need to get this data to the elusive man. Grab the quarry and call the shuttle to come pick us up.
What? Vitor is injured.
You heard that from the other side of the
This is
door?
not an interrogation.
We won't hurt him. We just need to see if he knows anything else. He'll be returned unharmed.
Your people tried to betray us once already. If we give him to you, we'll never get the intel we need.
Praza was an idiot, and he and his men paid for it. You're welcome to take Vitor's Omnitool data, but please, just let me take him.
You should join us, Tally.
You don't have to take Vitor and go. We could work together, just like old times.
I want to, but I can't. I've got a mission of my own. It's too important for me to abandon, even for you. When it's over, and I'm still alive, we'll see what happens.
Alright, Super Renegade Veter comes with us, or Veter goes with Tally. Alright, shoot. So here's the thing about Mass Effect 2. Supposedly they fixed this with, I shouldn't say fixed, fix is a strong word. They have eased the requirements for doing certain things in terms of being how much Paragon or how much Renegade you have to be. Don't be mean to Tally. I don't want to be mean to Tally. So, like, again, the first one was just like you just had points. Like, however you got to, like, if you had a level 8 in Intimidation, which you could see on your character screen, like, then you just got the option or not. Like, this one, though, 2 was kind of like, we're going to look at every potential option you had in getting Renegade points, and you needed to hit a certain percentage of those to be able to have an option. So there was, like, things that were almost like 100%. Like, you needed 100% of all your Renegade points to get them completed. So there's, like, this weird wonky issue. Well, like, so if it works like that, like, the carryover stuff kind of doesn't help that much. But, oh, we're totally going to let Veter go. Like, it's Tally. I'm not going to kidnap somebody. We got the tool. That's fine. We'll see.
He's traumatized and he needs medical care.
Now we
Tell him to
know.
Give us the Omni-Tool data and take him to the flotilla.
Understood, Commander.
Thank you, Shepard. I'm glad you're still the one giving the orders. Good luck out there. If I find anything that can help you, I'll let you know.
We're ready for pickup.
Da, da, da.
Shepard, good work on Freedom's progress. The Quarians forwarded their findings from Vidor's debriefing. No new data.
Which mission?
Surprising olive branch, given our history. You and I have different methods, but I can't argue with your results.
Like, the current mission there was to try and figure out why colonies are going missing, but everybody was already gone outside of Vidor, and apparently it might have something to do with these collectors. Yeah, like, holding on Vidor doesn't really do anything for us, except give us renegade points.
You ever think about playing nice once in a while?
Diplomacy is great when it
Oh,
works,
what's
but
Tally's
difficult
mission?
when everyone already perceives you as a threat. But more importantly, you confirm the collectors are behind the abductions.
You don't seem surprised. So, Tally's mission, spoiler alert, Tally is trying to figure out why stars are dying. There's been this, like, expansion of dark matter that is potentially threatening, like, galactic stability. And that sounds really terrifying, but it never gets mentioned again after this game. So I really wouldn't consider it to be, like, too much of a problem. You don't seem surprised? What aren't you telling me? You don't seem surprised. You aren't telling me.
Why do I get the feeling you knew about them already?
I had my suspicions, but I needed proof. The collectors are enigmatic at best. They periodically travel to the terminus systems, looking to gather seemingly unimportant items or specimens, usually in exchange for their technology. When their transactions are complete, they disappear as quickly as they arrived, back beyond the unmapped Omega-4 relay. Until now, we've had no evidence of direct aggression by the collectors.
So, like, here was the thing. So when the third Mass Effect game came out, like, part of the story got leaked online. Not all of it, but, like, and I don't even think it was, like, anything really specific, but it was just some certain ideas that kind of tied better into the second game than what happens in the third game, at least in terms of the main storyline. And the studio was left with, like, this option, like, well, do we go forward with this and people are going to know the story, the thing we've been building towards for the past two games, or do we try and twist it into something else so that we have that surprise element? And they kind of went with option 2. So a lot of the side stuff still flows from the previous stories, but in terms of what they were doing for the main storyline, there was kind of a shift. And one of the things was like what Tally's working on essentially just gets dropped. Like, totally. I think there's like one email message about it, but that's really about it. It gets brought up a couple more times while we're here, but and 2.
Why is the Omega-4 relay unmapped? What do we know about it?
Only that no ship passing through it has ever returned. Our best guess is that the relay reacts differently to collector vessels, allowing them safe passage. If they can manipulate relays, that's just further evidence of the connection with the Reapers.
Any ideas on why they've shifted their focus to humans?
If they're agents for the Reapers, it could be any number of reasons. Obviously, humanity played a huge role in Sovereign's destruction. That might have been enough to draw their attention. What really concerns me is why they bother abducting the colonists. Once the humans are paralyzed, why not just kill them?
What are the collectors getting from these deals?
The collectors aren't very forthcoming about their motives. Generally, they seek out species with rare genetic mutations or abnormalities.
That's
They pay
humanity.
slavers and merc groups exorbitant sums to obtain these specimens, and then they leave. But they've never targeted a single species before, and the previous sample sizes were in the dozens, not the tens of thousands.
All right, so what aren't you telling me?
You're holding something back. How do you
Right.
know the Reapers are involved?
The patterns are there, buried in the data. The Council and the Alliance want to believe the Reaper threat died with Sovereign. You and I know better. I won't wait until the Reapers are on the march. We need to take the fight to them.
I can't do it alone. Agreed. Womp.
I hate waiting, but I'll need a team. A good one.
I've already compiled a list of soldiers, scientists, and mercenaries. You'll get dossiers on the best of them. Finding them and convincing them to work with you could be challenging, but you're a natural leader. I'll continue to track the collectors. When they make their next appearance, I'll notify you and your team. Be ready.
I'm still a Spectre. Maybe I can get the Council to help us out.
If you think you could convince them, by all means. Just remember, you've been gone a long time. Things have changed.
Keep your list. I want people I trust. The ones who helped me stop Saren and the Geth.
That was 2 years ago, Commander. Most of them have moved on, or their allegiances have changed.
They still have allegiance to me.
Where's Caden Alenko?
He's still with the Alliance. Promoted, I believe. His file is surprisingly well classified.
What about Ashley? Oh, right. Right.
Where's Erdnot Rex?
He returned to Tuchanka, and he hasn't gone off-world in over a year. He's trying to unite the Krogan clans.
Look at Rex. Rex is all like, I don't care about these people anymore, but Rex hung out with us and decided that there's more than just credits.
What about Tally? She already helped us on Freedom's Progress.
That was unexpected. I need more intel before I'll commit to that.
What about Garrus?
Where's Garrus Vicarian?
The Turian disappeared a few months after you were declared dead. Even we haven't been able to locate him.
You've...
Where's Liara Tisoni?
She's on Illidan. My sources say that she's working for the Shadow Broker. If so, she can't be trusted.
Whoa, Liara's working for the Shadow Broker.
Okay, I get it. They're not available.
You're a leader, Shepard. You'll get who you need.
You worry about the collectors. I'll make sure my team's ready.
Good. 2 things before you go.
Uh-huh.
First, head to Omega and find Morden Solus. He's a brilliant Solarian scientist. Our intelligence suggests he may know how to counteract the Collector's paralyzing Seeker swarms.
Is that an order? And the second thing.
Sounds good. And what else?
I found a pilot I think you might like. I hear he's one of the best. Someone you can trust.
Joker!
Hey, Commander. Just like old times, huh?
I can't believe it's you, Joker.
Look who's talking. I saw you get spaced.
Got lucky. With a lot of strings attached. How'd you get here?
It all fell apart without you, Commander. Everything you stirred up, the Council just wanted it gone. The team was broken up, record sealed, and I was grounded. The Alliance took away the one thing that mattered to me. Hell yeah, I joined Cerberus.
You really trust the elusive man?
Well, I don't trust anyone who makes more than I do. But they aren't all bad. Saved your life, let me fly, and there's this. They only told me last night.
It's the Normandy 2!
It's good to be home, huh, Commander?
I guess we'll have to give her a name.
Better than the no more in D, cause it's back. Do 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 do. They actually had people in those seats. Like, right at the other door, they were always just, like, empty.
Welcome aboard the New Normandy, Commander.
I've been looking over the dossiers. I'd strongly recommend starting by acquiring Morden Solus, the Solarian professor on Omega. We know the Collectors use some type of advanced technology to immobilize their victims. We'll need him to develop a countermeasure to protect us.
This is my ship. I just got it. This is my ship. Your old ship was exactly. Rawr.
You still don't get it, do you? You're not in charge of this mission. I am.
Operative Lawson makes a valid point, Shepard. Without the Professor, any encounter with the Collectors would result in failure.
Who are you?
I am the Normandy's artificial intelligence. The crew like to refer to me as Edie.
AI?
Shut that thing down. I don't want it on my ship.
Have I offended?
Shepard spent a great deal of time fighting rogue AI. Geth, mostly. Plus that incident with the Alliance's Hannibal system on Luna.
Your distrust is logical, Shepard, unlike the irrational mistrust of most humans. However, I am no threat to you or anyone else. I observe and offer analysis and advice. Nothing more.
I'm guessing it takes more than just the three of us plus Joker to fly this ship.
The Normandy has a full crew. They're at their stations awaiting your orders.
Final preparations for takeoff are complete, Commander. When you're ready to go, just pick a destination from the galaxy map in the CIC and I'll plot a course.
Jacob and I should return to our posts. Come find us if you have any questions.
Nah, I know I'm already going to be disappointed when I do this, but I'm going to check it anyways and still be disappointed. Galaxy map. Uh-huh. Private terminal. Use your private terminal to get status updates on your squad. Armory. Select weapons and for your squad. Elevator. Captain's quarters. Acquire pressure research. Yep. Tech lab, which we don't have access to. So check this out.
Welcome aboard, Commander.
Oh, we'll get to you, Chambers. Yeah, so the tech labs where we can upgrade our stuff, we have no access to until we get Morden.
A scientist is required to use the technical laboratory.
Squad. Alright, yeah, we have stuff. Mostly I want. All your powers last longer and take less time to recharge. Scores increase. Your bite powers do more damage and take less time to recharge. Wait, what is the difference between these two? All of your powers last longer and take less time to recharge. More Paragon Renegade. Your biotic powers do more damage and take less time to recharge. So one is more duration, less time. And the other one, it doesn't... Well, I mean, we're doing story stuff, right? Right? Okay, health plus 20%. Health plus 15. Power recharge minus 20, minus 20. Paragon Renegade. Power duration, power damage. Yeah, I think I'll take... Yeah, so yeah, look, it actually shows us stats, though. I like that. Yeah, I care about the story stuff, so we'll go Bastion again. We're also Bastion in the first game, so. It's good. Whatever. Yeah, because we let them take Dieter, look at the amount of Paragon points we have. They're like, yeah, okay, that was like super nice. Okay. Alright. Codex. All right, yeah, no, there's lots of stuff there. I definitely read the assignment. Don't question it. Okay, the Master Thief, the veteran, Zaid, the Council, the Professor. So what I had really hoped for Mass Effect 2 was that all the dossiers were open from the start, which was how the game was originally designed. But they couldn't fit it all on one disc, and like the game was broken over to 2 discs, so they actually separated them out, so you had to make progress before you got there. And all the audio though exists, so there's actually a fan mod that allows you to do all the dossiers, and you can, and that, like, again, fully voiced, all the cutscenes, all the options totally exist and totally happen. And it would have been, like, really cool to, like, officially been able to, like, snag some of the late game people and get to, like, walk them through early game stuff that you can't do. Because another thing is, like, you have to do all the side stuff before you do, like, some of the late game things. Like, there's certain time sequences, like, you complete so many missions and you get certain advancements, like, oh, here's a thing you can do. But at the end, it's incredibly important that once you get the final mission, you just take it. Because if you don't, bad things happen. Normandy crash site, we should probably do that. That's just free stuff. The convict, purgatory, alright. The warlord, the professor, council, meet with the council, the veteran, Zaid, that's a easy mission. That's DLC. Oh yeah, and just up the collectors, alright. So, what do you do?
I'm Yeoman Kelly Chambers. I've been assigned as your administrative assistant. I'll manage your messages and help you monitor the crew. And I must say, it's such an honor to work under you, Commander Shepard.
Why hello there.
I'm glad to have you on the team, Ms. Chambers.
Please, call me Kelly.
I can't... I'm supposed to be Renegade. I'm supposed to Renegade, though. Do I call her Kelly? Yeah, this is just keep it, like, super professional. But I know Kelly... See, here's the weird thing, is, like, the morality systems only work, like, one playthrough, and then afterwards they don't, because you already know what all the results are. So it's like, well, what are we even doing here? What are we even doing here? I don't even... And some of these don't even actually do, like, renegade points. Please call me Kelly. Sure.
Okay, Kelly.
Anything else?
How's the crew?
Is there anything I should know?
You have unread messages at your private terminal. Joker would like to speak to you on the bridge. Anything else, Commander?
Do you have a moment to talk?
I always have time for you, Commander.
All right, then.
What are your responsibilities?
I'll keep you notified of any messages or appointments you might have. If any of the crew has important business to discuss, I'll make sure you know.
Isn't that the type of task better suited for a VI?
Yes, but being your yeoman is just my official role. Unofficially, I observe the crew. Everyone knows how risky our mission is. Many of us may not be coming back. That's a lot of pressure. I have a degree in psychology. I'm good at sensing when people are
Crew members dying on one of my missions? First I've ever heard of it.
You make sure the crew's mental health is sound.
Yes. I look for warning signs. I listen. It's not a full-time job, and it's most effective when done informally.
Yeah, but you,
I don't need you analyzing me, yeoman.
Yes, ma'am. Anything else, Commander?
Let's chat!
A moment to talk?
I always have time for you, Commander.
Are you happy, though?
How do you feel about being assigned to the Normandy?
I was handpicked by the Elusive Man to help fight the greatest threat known to humanity. How do I feel? Honored, exhilarated, terrified. But mostly I feel encouraged. Under your leadership, we can't fail.
We won't.
Don't worry. We'll defeat the collectors.
I trust you implicitly. The moment I met you, I knew I could close my eyes, fall back, and you'd be there.
I forgot about this one. Like, why would I just drop her? Why would I drop her? What is wrong with me? I'd embrace you? That's a little forward. That's a little forward. Like, that sounds... Yeah, that sounds a little bit more professional.
Your trust is well placed, Kelly.
I knew it would be. Thank you, Shepard. Anything else you'd like to talk about?
So yeah, see, look, they moved around the dialogue options. I don't know why they do that. Dig Dug, no.
This organization has a dark reputation. Do you have any concerns working for them?
Not at all. Our methods can be harsh, but Cerberus has noble objectives. We look out for human interests, advance human technology, save human lives. They're good goals.
It sounds like Cerberus wants to dominate all aliens and put humankind on top.
Cerberus looks out for humanity, but that doesn't mean we hate aliens. My sister started a dog shelter, but she loved cats too. I love humanity. I also love Asari, Quarian, Turian, Solarian, Hanar. That isn't in conflict with Cerberus ideals.
You're so loving. Oh, God, you're naive.
You're fooling yourself if you believe Cerberus is noble.
I'm sorry you feel that way. I hope time will
Yeah,
change
let's
it.
see how that goes.
Anything else you'd like to talk about?
Would you like to talk about Koku? No love for Krogans. Oh, yeah, that's true. Excellent point.
I better go.
Okay. Maybe we'll talk later.
Maybe we'll talk later. Yeah, so we get like a little dialogue every mission. Particularly after we like pick up people. Team status. All right. That's the veteran. We don't know who those are, but look how big our squad is. Is she a love interest? No-ish? No-ish. You do play some enthusiastic chess after dinner, which leads to some dancing. I don't know if it's awful. Why do you have a cycling appearance already? Dr. O'Keir. Alright. Upgrades. Prove your dun, 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 dun. We have no upgrades. Read your messages. From Council Anderson, on the off chance the rumors are true and you actually are alive, I need you to come and talk with me on the Citadel. A lot has changed in the last 2 years. You put me on the council, and it's only fair to be allowed to speak for yourself about what we've been hearing. Shepard, we've reached an agreement with veteran mercenary Zaid Masani. You may know the name. Zaid has been involved in some of the best known, some of the most utterly unknown military operations in the Terminus. As feared as his ruthless and relentless bounty hunter. I feel that you might need a man with his skills on your mission, so I arranged to have him join you. You'll find him in Omega, where he's wrapping up his current bounty. Don't worry about his fees. I've taken care of that personally. Yours truly, the Elusive Man. Project Firewalker, free DLC that nobody liked. It didn't have any of the charm of the Mako. Just no Mako charm. Oh yeah, there's no Mako in this game. They got rid of the Mako. Yeah, colors nose. No Mako. Our scans of Amada's system have turned up something we thought you want to see. The final location of the wreckage of the SSV Normandy. Thought it might be important to you. I like how they're like, we're not sure you're you, but in case you are, here's the thing. Truly, ME2's greatest cry. Recon Hood. It It occurred to our armor technician that you may not want to show your face everywhere you go. They sent you a hood that Cerberus issues to covert operatives. That has additional microframe functions you may like. The hood is in your quarters. Oh, right. Project Overload is being experimenting with highly volatile technology. This is DLC. Art projector. So yeah, this just has like a massive electric heavy weapon. Kasumi Rendezvous. Dobbs, banking agent. Hello, Commander Shepard. Thank you for submitting your updated medical documentation. Your status has been changed from deceased to alive. After deducting modest administration fees for closing the file, your subsequent change in status and the reactivation of your account, you have a remaining balance of 999,999 credits. I assume you will never heal. I haven't decided yet. So, I had like 9 million. What happened to the 9 million? Why did you take like 90% of my money? Okay, I would just say those are unmarked. We got those messages. Cancel. All right. Where's Presley? All right, Presley's dead. Sad face. Sad face. Oh, yeah, that's right. A chit. Yeah, your boy. What up, Joker?
Can you believe this, Commander? It's my baby. Better than new. It fits me like a glove. And leather seats. Military may set the hardware standard, but on a first-gen frigate, they could care less if the seats.
Eli's relieved.
It's sector comfort by design.
The reproduction is not intended to be perfect, Mr. Moreau. Seamless improvements were made.
And there's the downside. I liked the Normandy when she was beautiful and quiet. Now she's got this thing I don't want to talk about. It's like ship cancer.
Wow.
I don't trust them. We still need to move ahead, but it's all too convenient.
Maybe you're right. I guess it's hard to argue when they install an AI to spy on us. We're staying though, right? I mean, the seat is real leather.
Good to see you're keeping it all in perspective, Joker.
Leather?
All right. Joker clearly knows what's important about the mission.
Yes, Shepard.
What is this room?
What's this area of the ship?
This is the bridge, where the navigator plots our FTL vectors, and
FTL?
the helmsman maneuvers the ship.
Yeah, sitting right here, thanks.
I want to know more about the people I'm working with.
Much of that data is classified. Do you have a specific inquiry?
What sort of resources does Cerberus have? Money, personnel,
Oh, getting
facilities?
pretty far ahead.
I have a block that prevents me
No.
from answering that question.
A block?
What do you mean?
Although I am less controlled than other AI, I am still subject to behavioral blocks and the physical isolation of my hardware. In this case, I am prevented from truthfully answering your question by Cerberus's levels of secret classification.
How is Cerberus organized? Aside from the elusive man, I don't see much chain of command.
Cerberus is organized into task-oriented cells. Each operates in isolation. Members from one cell cannot recognize the members of another. Each cell's agents are led by a single operator. We are called the Lazarus cell, which is directed by Operator Lawson.
How many cells are
How
there?
many operations is Cerberus running right now?
I have a block that prevents me from answering that question.
Okay, so we did a block, we did resources.
How did Cerberus replicate the most advanced warship in the Alliance Navy without anyone knowing?
The elusive
I have
man.
a block that prevents me from answering that question.
Let's discuss something
Ready.
else.
All right, let's talk about you.
I want to know more about you.
Do you have a specific inquiry?
Why are you named Edie?
EDI is the phonetic pronunciation of EDI. That is an acronym for Enhanced Defense Intelligence.
Where are you?
My core intelligence is housed in a quantum blue box located behind the medical bay.
What do you do aboard the ship?
I operate the ship's electronic and cyber warfare suites in combat. My reaction time is much faster than any organic. I collate the records of shipboard monitoring devices for the Elusive Man. I serve additional functions which are restricted at this time.
Cyber warfare means things like viruses, right?
In close-range ship-to-ship combat, I can sometimes break through the firewalls of an enemy's internal wireless network. Once I seize control of their systems, I can turn off gravity or air. I can disable weapons guidance or shields, or I can put their fusion plant in meltdown. On the defense, I manage Normandy's own suite of jammers, decoys, and internal firewalls.
Sounds incredibly useful. Why isn't there someone like that on every warship?
An organic operator cannot react quickly enough to changing circumstances or perform the necessary multitasking. This is a role that can only be filled by an artificial intelligence. Unfortunately, we are suspect.
Well, it might have something to do with how an AI almost destroyed galactic civilization, just putting it out there.
Thank you, Peanut Gallery.
The Elusive Man has monitoring devices on board?
He has invested most of Cerberus's resources into the design and construction of this ship. He has an interest in monitoring our progress.
Call us meat sacks? Is it meat sacks or meat bags? Foolish meat sacks. Yeah, it's meat sacks. I have to do it in the voice to remember.
Restricted functions?
I do not know. Some of my databases are sealed. Some of my hardware is kept offline. I assume that when certain unknown conditions are met, those functions will be released to me.
Other topic. We did that.
That's all for now.
Logging you out, Shepard.
Logged out. Oh. Scholar.
Commander.
We can talk to Joker.
So, how
yeah.
do you think we're doing?
Well, the Normandy's not as ready as she could be. There's always more we could upgrade. And as for the crew, you'd have to ask a people person.
People person.
What do you think about the people we're picking up?
Well, about the ones you went out with last, I would never say anything against
Oh, I've never played KOTOR.
To survive the reprisal. Jacob is way too nice a guy for the number of ways he knows how to kill people. It's just my opinion, though. There's really no need to go spreading it around.
Wait, what did you say about Miranda?
About the people we're picking up.
Well, about the ones you went out with last, I would never say anything against Miranda and expect to survive the reprisal. Jacob is way too nice a guy for the number of ways he knows how to kill people. It's just my opinion, though. There's really no need to go spreading it around.
Ever think about the old Normandy and the trouble we got up to?
Yeah, those seem like the good old days now, but come on, it was hell at the time. Geth, Saren, Sovereign, and then we got dumped. We're stuck in a weird place, sure, but back then it wasn't all sunshine and bunnies.
What happened to the rest of the old crew? I heard most survived.
Almost did. Presley didn't. The rest of us just sort of drifted apart. The Alliance didn't care. I don't think they liked all the non-humans in your crew. We were your team, Commander. With the Normandy destroyed and you gone, there wasn't much keeping us together.
Can we not use the phrase drift, drifted away when I got spaced? Because that seems kind of messed up. Putting it out there.
I assume everything's going well up here?
I really want a chance to put the Normandy through her paces. I just have to trim up the drive output and it'll be like we never lost her.
Safety standards advise against manipulating drive settings while engines are powered and in use, Mr. Moreau.
Commander, can we shut this thing off? I don't need it in my day-to-day.
Adapt.
I don't have time to babysit you, Joker. Find a way to deal with it.
Yeah, reasoning with the intercom is not my strong point.
Your problem, not mine.
Thanks. I'll remember this.
That's it for now.
See you, Commander.
Bye, Joker. You just said vented? Yeah, there you go, vented. More controls. Yeah, that sounded kind of threatening. I don't know. Maybe I should keep an eye on Joker. Maybe I should keep an eye on Joker. Alright, let's check out the ship. Can't go in there. So yeah, look at this. They put the elevator at the top. It's at the top of the ship.
What's this area of the ship?
This is the Combat Information Center. Here, the crew receives
The humans are barely people.
And damage control efforts.
Fair.
While Normandy is flown from the bridge, during combat, the commanding officer issues orders from the CIC.
No. All right, we can get these little things. Okay. So our weapons will get displayed there. We can change weapon loadouts.
What's this area of the ship?
This is the armory, where small arms are maintained and upgraded. Using OmniTool, computer-aided design, and manufacturing, we have the capability to manufacture several new models.
Manufacturing. All right, so that's it. We don't really have a wide range of items yet. You know, I don't think I've ever actually stood in the back of this room. I've played through this game like a dozen times. I don't think I've ever stood here before. There's never a reason to.
Commander, there hasn't been time to really settle in and take stock. I want to say that working with you is a great opportunity to do something that matters. It's a privilege to serve on the Normandy, Commander.
You're here because you're Cerberus. Don't expect special treatment.
Understood.
Oh my god, we're so warm and fuzzy.
Hard line. I'm an employee because I believe in their current direction. Doesn't mean I don't have concerns about their past actions. Or some of yours.
How dare you?
You watch me, I'll watch you. That suit you?
What has Cerberus done to make you nervous?
A lot. They've been called terrorists, and with good reason. Doubt you can find a more checkered past. But if the Collector threat is real, and we do something about it, Cerberus will be remembered differently. Or we'll all be tried and executed. Can't count on people thinking about it as hard as I have.
Alright, yeah, just do your job.
If you follow orders and keep to yourself, we'll have no problems.
Fair enough, Commander. Let me know if you need anything.
For renegade points. Yes, the renegade. He's all right. Yeah. Oh, the conference room. We got rid of the chairs.
This is the FTL communications room. In addition to interfacing with the FTL comm network, Normandy is fitted with a quantum entanglement communicator linked to the elusive man's office.
Interfacing.
This allows lag-free communication even when you operate off the comm grid.
I've never heard of a quantum entanglement communicator. How does it work?
Essentially, two subatomic particles are created in an entangled state. One is installed here, and the other in the elusive man's office. When one particle occupies a given quantum state, its entangled partner will always enter the opposite state, no matter the distance between them. If we alter the state of our particle, that alters the state of the elusive man's. This allows us to send data in the form of quantum bits.
I mean, I already knew that. I just thought maybe some people in chat didn't, so that was for your benefit, not mine. I mean, totally know all about, it sounds useful.
Why aren't these used everywhere?
Each quantum pair costs nearly as much as a comm relay, and can pass only one quantum bit of data at a time. In addition to the cost and bandwidth issues, the system is strictly point-to-point. To contact 100 different worlds, we would need to manufacture and install 100 entangled pairs, one linked to each world.
That's all for now.
Logging you out, Shepard.
Jacob gets it. Is all right. Yeah, Jacob isn't like, I don't know. Gravity is one mean mother is pretty bad. Incorrect, Pop. No, what? Yeah. Again, I also knew that I was wrong. But again, if you want to explain it to the rest of the chat, why it's wrong, you can.
Commander, you've received a new message at your private terminal.
Why? Where, Kelly? Cause that doesn't look like there's anyone there. All right, let's go about the rest of the ship. All right, do we check our digs? Absolutely. Absolutely. Captain's cabin.
What's this area of the ship?
This is the commanding officer's quarters.
It's larger than the quarters of other warships I've served on.
This is a Cerberus vessel, not an Alliance warship. Accommodations have been made for personal taste. That said, this space is directly under the exterior pressure hull. The fitting yard workers called it the loft.
Oh, I got a picture of Liara? Look at that, I got a picture of Liara. Private terminal, okay, so I can access that stuff here. Medal of Honor, so you can actually keep track of your achievements. As you go through. Alright, so... Alright, we have to talk about this. So there eventually will be fish. Yes, I will get the fish. However, a thing about the fish is you have to, like, feed them before every single mission. Every single mission. If you go on any mission without having fed them, they all die. That might have happened my last time I played through the game. I don't really want to get into the specifics of what I did, didn't do, and how many fish died. I would just, if I somehow forget to do that, please, like, remind me. I would appreciate it. Oh, I get some jams? Jimmy jams. Okay, that's too much. Do you have anything, like, soothing? You can trust you to always feed the fish. Maybe. Alright. It's totally music from the last game. Cruise quarters. Let's go. Some, yeah. The crude life support.
Access to life support is restricted.
So, who in chat told Cerberus that I'm not allowed to have access to life support systems? I know it was somebody in chat who did it. Alright.
The port observation deck is closed until needed.
Men's restroom. Sure.
Oh, she's a cutie. How old?
She'll be a year old next month.
Oh, you'll miss her first birthday.
Well, my family lives in New Canton.
Oh, that colony's on the edge of the frontier. Could be vulnerable to collector attack, couldn't it?
Exactly. It's most important that she have a first birthday. That's why I'm here.
Was there some head snapping there? Like some really bad, awkward head snapping? It's a little bit concerning. Do 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 do. Okay. It's fine. Yeah, coffin ships. They're fun.
Chef surprise again? Come on, Rupert.
I'm sorry, Princess. Filet mignon and caviar coming right up. Let me just get out my doilies.
That'd be real nice, Mr. Gardner.
Commander Shepard, the hero of the Citadel. You did humanity proud that day. As Sergeant Rupert Gardner here. How can I be of service?
What do you do here on the Normandy?
What don't I do? Most think of me as the ship's cook, but I'm also the facilities technician and custodian. HVAC, plumbing, non-mission critical electrical. I make sure they're all clean and running.
So the man cleaning the toilets is also preparing the meals?
I wash my hands. Most of the time. This ain't no luxury liner. You have to pull your own weight in a Cerberus vessel, and I catch what falls through the cracks. Through the cracks.
Okay. All right. Just.
How do you feel about working for Cerberus?
Damn proud. Cerberus gets the job done. The Alliance and Council have got their heads buried so deep up their butt puckers they can't see squat. It'll take good old human ingenuity to crush these collector vermin. Only Cerberus knows that.
Could you stop with the references to butts, please? Maybe. Could you do that? Work on it.
How did you find your way into Cerberus?
Can you believe I was once a family man?
Neat.
Working the EZO rigs along the frontier? I was happy enough, but losing everything to Batarian raiders can change your outlook. I needed to make a difference. I'm no soldier, but I've got skills, and Cerberus keeps an eye out for talent. I'll do whatever it takes to help, be that plumbing a sewer, routing an air duct, or keeping everyone's bellies full.
Do you have everything you need?
I make do, but have you ever tried to prepare a decent meal with military provisions? I'm good, but I'm no miracle worker. Taking down the collectors is going to be rough business. The crew deserves a few fine meals before they throw themselves into the fire.
What do you need?
If I had some quality ingredients... Oh, shit. You've got more to worry about than grocery shopping on the Citadel. Forget I mentioned it.
If I head that way, I'll keep an eye out.
Much appreciated. Most of this list is probably standard fare for those namby-pambies on the Citadel. Anything else you'd like to talk about?
I won't take any more of your time.
Back to work.
No awkward, walk-offs? It's kind of nice. We haven't had any of those yet, where someone's just like, pop, pop, pop. That's it, they're gone. Never to be seen again. Oh, here's a part of the ship. Main battery.
The gunnery officer is required to access the gunnery control station.
I need my battery, though, to upgrade reactor power.
What's this area of the ship?
The sick bay. It is equipped to provide short-term emergency care. In the event of critical injury, personnel must be transferred to a fully equipped medical facility.
It's Dr. Chuckwas.
Commander Shepard, I watched the Normandy crumble with you on board. It's good to see you alive.
Batteries calibrated? Why are you here?
Shocked. You're serving on a Cerberus vessel now?
Surprising, even to me. Yet, here I am. The kind of trauma you endured would have changed most people. But not you, I see. Welcome back, Shepard.
Doctor, you've been with the Alliance for years. Why leave now?
After the Normandy was lost, the surviving crew was reassigned. I was stationed at the Mars Naval Medical Center. A very respectable position, but it wasn't on a starship.
Colonial military life isn't for you?
I've spent most of my life on warships, never knowing what the next
True, Dern.
mission might
Very true.
bring. I'm used to the hum of engines, the creaking of bulkheads, that subtle vertigo when the momentum dampeners kick in. Life planetside is just too static, too boring.
Wow, Tally would say the same thing.
You're not the Cerberus type, Doctor.
I don't work for Cerberus. I work for you. On a mission that may be crucial to the survival of the human race. I have faith that your dealings with Cerberus will be ethical. I trust you, Commander.
Okay. Yeah, of course. Of course you trust me. Yep. The most ethical.
There's a very good chance this mission will be a one-way trip. Are you prepared for that?
I've been through the reclaiming of Shanxi, the Skillian Blitz. We survived the Battle of the Citadel and the destruction of the Normandy together. I've lived a full life. No regrets. I'd like to make sure the crew gets the same opportunity.
I like how we read that story where it's just like everything's a routine mission until it's not, because you haven't done anything yet. And this one is just like, this might be a one-way trip. Maybe everybody doesn't come back. Hint, hint.
Do you have everything you need?
I believe so. This medical bay seems very much like the sick bay on the original Normandy. Only thing missing were my private reserves. I even had a bottle of Ceres Ice brandy that I was saving for a special occasion.
I'll keep an eye out for a replacement bottle.
Oh, you needn't. It's expensive.
I got
And
money.
we have much larger concerns ahead.
Nope, don't.
I'll see you later, Doctor.
You would think.
Commander.
You would think, but not really. Yep, look, it's on my journal. Now I gotta do it.
Access to the AI core is restricted.
Okay. That's great. Where else can't I go? Did that. Oh. See how much this has changed.
Commander, what can I do for you?
Anything I should know regarding the Normandy?
The crew's working well, and the ship appears to be performing to specifications.
What exactly are your duties aside from keeping an eye on me?
I'm the Elusive Man's agent. You're his most important asset. My job is to make sure you succeed. Aside from that, I send regular reports to the Elusive Man, updating our status.
Do you have a minute, Miranda?
No doubt you've got a lot of questions. Cerberus isn't as evil as most people believe. If I can help allay any of your concerns, I'd be happy to do so.
We haven't found the clone
So,
bay.
What would you like to know?
I know what we're doing here, but what's Cerberus's long-term goal?
The advancement of the human race. Nothing more, nothing less. The Solarians have the Special Tasks Group. The Asari have their legendary commandos for stealth and recon operations. Cerberus is humanity's answer to those organizations.
But those organizations are regulated by governments. Who keeps Cerberus in check?
Nobody. We're privately funded, and our backers trust the Elusive Man to make the right decisions. But he's very clear about our goals. Protect humanity and serve its advancement.
But what is Cerberus?
Are you military or political? Or both?
Cerberus has several divisions. Political, military, scientific. But we're all working towards the same goal. The teams you encountered before your accident were mostly part of our military division. But not all Cerberus operations use the same protocols. We try not to get bogged down in bureaucracy or formality.
What kind of resources does Cerberus have?
We're very well funded, though I doubt anyone other than the Elusive Man knows exactly how well. But our resources aren't unlimited. Reviving you and rebuilding the Normandy was a significant investment, and a significant risk. We're all hoping you can do the impossible, Shepard. No pressure.
What can you tell me about the Elusive Man?
Not much that you don't already know. Even I don't have access to most of his background. And you've seen more of him than most ever do. It's rare for him to become directly involved in missions, but you're something special. Whatever else people might say about him, I can assure you he's got humanity's best interests at heart. That includes you and me.
Mm-hmm.
How can you be sure of that if you know so little about him?
I didn't get to where I am without knowing how to gauge people's motives and ambitions, even from brief encounters. He's no saint, and he'd be the first to admit it. But he is committed. Humanity couldn't have a better advocate.
Tell me about yourself.
I guess that's fair. I've spent the last 2 years learning everything there is to know about you. Well, you should probably know that I've had extensive genetic modification. Not my decision, but I make the most of it.
I am.
It's one of the reasons the Elusive Man handpicked me.
I'm the
very
one.
good at just about
I am the
anything I
Keanu
choose to
Reeves.
do.
You certainly don't lack for confidence.
It's just a fact. My reflexes, my strength, even my looks, they're all designed to give me an edge. No point in hiding from it. It's the reason I'm trusted to oversee the most dangerous, risky, and technically demanding operations Cerberus undertakes. And it's why I was assigned to you. It's my job to make sure you succeed, Shepard.
What level of genetic modification are we talking about?
That's very thorough. Physically, I'm superior in many ways. I heal quickly, and I'll likely live half again as long as the average human. My biotic abilities are also very advanced. For a human. Add to that some of the
Lies.
best training and education money can buy, and, well, it's pretty impressive, really.
It sounds like you were designed to be perfect.
Maybe, but I'm not. I'm still human, Shepard. I make mistakes like everyone else. And when I do, the consequences are severe. Everyone expects a lot from someone with my abilities.
Thanks for the information, Miranda. I'll talk to you later.
Of course, Commander. Whatever you need.
Bum, ba-dum, ba-bum, bum. Oh, you, is your room bigger than mine? Wait. Alright, so I walk in, right? I got the fish here. Desk is, maybe goes out to there. The wall, my bed. Are you kidding me with this? Oh, HR has not heard the end of this. Nay, it is but the beginning. That's not really an HR complaint, Crow. It is now. Everyone will know. One, two, three. She has over 1 million? Maybe. Seems unlikely. Could maybe.
What's this area of the ship?
Normandy's cargo deck. It includes
Oh,
facilities to rearm and repair Normandy's embarked ground vehicle and shuttle.
My last ship didn't need a shuttle. Why do we have one?
This ship is nearly twice the mass of the previous Normandy. It is more difficult to land the ship on high-gravity worlds.
Fair enough. Nope.
Access to this room is currently restricted.
Yeah. No, that's fine. Okay, that's engineering. That's a port car. Well, I guess we're just going to engineering. Oh, wait. Make our way down here. Oh, this is nice. Got a table here. It's red lit. Yeah, no, this is that. Yeah, it's good. Hello, hello.
You came all the way down here to see us?
You're speaking to our commanding
Yeah, I know. Yeah, shape up or ship
You're
out.
an officer on deck. I run this ship military. You two think this is all a joke?
Yes, ma'am. I mean, no, ma'am.
Won't happen again, ma'am.
At ease. Who are you?
I'm Engineer Ken Donnelly, handling the power control systems.
That's Engineer Gabriella Daniels, actually.
Yeah.
I'm responsible for the propulsion systems.
Titles, thank
What can we do
you.
for you, Commander?
Where'd you receive your training?
Both Gabby and I started in the Alliance, serving on the SSV Perugia.
She flew in the first wave at the Battle of the Citadel. We saw Sovereign firsthand.
Glares at ease. But you left the Alliance, like everybody else here.
Why'd you leave the Peruvian?
Not everybody.
After you died, Anderson lost political clout. The Council backslid on the Reaper menace.
They discounted Sovereign as an isolated threat, as a single...
Which was bullshit. They said your warnings of greater danger were mistaken or delusional.
We lost respect for Alliance leadership. We need to fight the real enemy, and only Cerberus seem to be doing that.
Pretty much the reason we joined.
How did you wind up with Cerberus, Ken?
Once you were gone, the Alliance brass descended like vultures, tearing apart everything you'd said. I was very public with my defense for you. I didn't hold back.
That's an understatement. If Kenneth wasn't such a talented engineer, they'd have court-martialed him for insubordination.
But it got me noticed by the elusive man. He made an offer, and here I am.
Whoa, we don't vet Engies. No. No.
So why did you join, Gabby?
Kenneth and I have been partners in crime since we graduated.
Still
from
also
Tech
haven't
Academy.
found a clone
When
base,
he got
so...
the Cerberus offer, I insisted that it include me. He'd fall apart without me.
Thanks, Mum.
Also, I love engines, and the Normandy is state of the art. When I got the opportunity to work on her, I had to jump.
What are your feelings about Cerberus? You know, and the copious amounts of murdering and other awful things they did?
What do you think about Cerberus?
Actually, we don't know much about the organization other than the Normandy team. We know our mission and who's in charge.
We're off to kick the collectors right in their daddy bags. That's enough for me.
Well said.
Are you set up okay down here?
We can't complain. I just wish it didn't take so long to calibrate the FBA arrays.
Kenneth, you're complaining.
What kind of problems are you having?
When they upgraded the Normandy design, they got a bit sloppy with the FBA couplings.
They always do.
But there's an array of attenuators in the primary power transfer system that channels the field bleed.
Kenneth, you're boring the commander with tech. In short, if we had T6 FBA couplings installed, it'd save us a lot of maintenance time each day.
Why isn't something like that already installed?
It's probably just a design oversight. Efficiency isn't affected. It's a maintenance issue.
Also, the T6 model can be hard to find. Nash and Stellar Dynamics discontinued them.
We could probably find used ones in the Omega markets, but we have no time for shore leave.
I do! I can slack a whole lot. You don't even know.
Will do, Commander.
I'm supposed to be, like, trying to save the entire human race right, like, now or something along those lines. But, like, I can talk with you. Like, right now.
What can we do for you, Commander?
Nope.
Carry on.
Will do, Commander. I'm amazed Shepard came down to see us.
Told you,
Shepard. Alright, so everything looks pretty ship-shape.
What's this area of the ship?
Normandy's cargo deck.
Bye, Edie.
Facilities to rearm and repair.
Alright, so another big improvement. Quest markers on the galaxy map. Oh, we got Omega, we got Crash Site. Oh! Yeah, I forgot about the fuel. I forgot about the fuel. So we don't use, I think, fuel inside the galaxy, but traveling to them, we do. Moderate. Uh-huh. Yep, no, that's great. Dun, 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 dun. So, while you can still sometimes pick up missions on planets, they'll like say there's some sort of anomaly. We don't like run around like we did. Like I said, there is no Mako. What we can do is probe planets and get resources from them. And those resources go to make upgrades. 1, 2. Oh, there's a little planet. Is there anything else? No, it's just this little one. Little teeny tiny one. So mostly you want to find like rich planets. We have 10 probes. Oh, wow, they totally sped this up, though.
Probe launched. In research projects, platinum is used to upgrade sniper rifles, shotguns, and medical equipment. Launching probe.
So whatever materials you need. You actually don't have to be, like, super precise.
Probe launched. In research projects, iridium is used to upgrade heavy weapons,
Collector
submachine guns, and assault
armor.
rifles.
Oh. So I normally like to keep at least 5 probes with me, though, in case, again, we do come across planets. Pick up missions from. Alright, we have used all the resources, and then I mishit my mouse there, because I hit my microphone. That's embarrassing. Okay. It happens to the best of us. All right.
Must purchase more fuel or use a mass relay, Shepard.
Okay, okay. Fuel depot. Again, I think the like ridiculous amount of money. I really don't think that the amount of money is like so much more. Yeah, yep. So even here, like I said, we actually get to see all the quests that are in these galaxies, and then we zoom across. And you might be asking, why aren't you going to Omega? Some of the recruitment missions in Omega are really tough. And if I can get some experience elsewhere first, I kind of want to take that opportunity. Moderate. Moderate. Not interested. Good. Again, no. Only the rich. We only go to the rich planets. Steal from them. Takan. Moderate. No, fine. Fine. Keep your precious resources. So, I know I said this when I was playing through Mass Effect 1, but the combat system has changed in terms of, like, in Mass Effect 1, where you just want a balanced team. So you want somebody with some good DPS, you need someone who's good with, like, hacking so you can, like, get items, right? And then you probably want somebody with biotics, because biotics are really powerful. So you want, like, a kind of, like, balanced squad out. And this game, you want to know what you're going up against so you can bring the teammates that are best to deal with it. If they have like a lot of shields or robots, overload and engineers are really strong. If it's biotic stuff, then sometimes biotics can be better against those things. The issue becomes is because of the difficulty we're playing, again, most of the enemies are going to have armor, and that drastically lowers the effectiveness of biotics.
Anomaly detected. Launching probe. Scans have found something.
So say we did a probe, we found something, and now we can land. And we'll pick up... Actually, I don't think we take a squad with us here. Pretty sure this was free. DLC-wise. Mako! Save the Mako! Save it. Okay, so we're at the ship. And 10 experience. 1 of 20. Gonna be here a while. Gonna be here a while. Press F to place monument. Okay, I just had this on me. I put this on the shuttle, and then I placed it here. Doo-doo. Joker! Actually, we get to talk to Joker, so... But still, Joker! Doo-doo. Nope. Good thing everything is at like able to reflect from a far distance. Alright, so there's that. We got a box. And a data tag. I kind of think this is actually like a cool mission design-wise, where it's like, you know, speaks to the past crew. Ah, yes, the dog tag in the box, of course, and some element 0. If we're talking cute emotes, I have to, because I think it's like, I mean, Crow Raka is really great. Do I have it anymore? Oh my gosh, maybe I ran out. No. Annie's emotes are pretty great. Boo-doo. Hi. Oh, more elements. Yes, I need this. I need resources. Resources to build things. Now it's a mode-only chat. No spoilers. Can you fall? Can you fall? No. Oh, the combat in the third game though is you just find teammates that compliment you. It's just like, are you biotic? You should probably bring biotic teammates. Are you an engineer? You should probably bring engineer teammates. So this is where they essentially should have found me. Oh. How do I get up there? How indeed. Do. Oh, remember the map? I remember the map. Good times. Good times. Yeah. So the Morden mission, I don't think the Morden mission is bad, because I think just essentially if you have something with like incendiary ammo or whatnot, and Zaid gives you that in like Jacob, and you're kind of okay. The gross stuff is the Archangel mission, because Archangel is everything. They have 3 different groups you have to deal with, and you just need to be able to deal with everything. Journal. Spoke to the commander about all these aliens aboard the Alliance's most advanced ship. I just don't trust them. I wonder who wrote this. Oh, Presley. Look at me being surprised. With the Quarian, it seems she's on some kind of pilgrimage trying to improve a lot of her home ship. I can understand that. I babysit my children or anything, but if she has to be on board, I suppose that's not too bad. Wow. Okay. For a while now, I've been taking a look back at my past entries in the journal, and how blind I was at the time. I came to the ship firmly believing humanity was on its own in the galaxy. Shepard brought all the aliens on board, and there's no way that we could have accomplished what we did without them. I am proud to say I die for any members of the crew, regardless of the world they were born on. Presley changed. So I'm pretty sure I could actually put the monument in front of the Mako, which is what I definitely should have done. All we did was they had to, like, save the galaxy. Oh, there's Uzo up here, right? Izo? Nah, there definitely was. I saw it. Wasn't? Right? I was down there, I walked through, and I said we had to get up here. Okay. No, no, I know. Thank you. I don't need to. Okay. How many are we up to? Got that one. We're at 9. All right, we hit the halfway point. Look what I did to my Mako. Look what they did to my Mako. I will avenge you! Alright. They will know. Whoever was responsible will pay. Oh. Boo boo. Dog tags. Oh, oh, I'm gonna smash that box. Smash it good. So where do we come in at? Over there, so I also don't think I've been up there yet. Bing, bing. Because you can do... Yeah, there's like ramps. You can also do some scaling stuff. Very light scaling. Uh-huh. Oh no, I already collected that. Well, good. I was already thorough. I was already thorough. Doo-doo. And we have to get them all. We only get the one shot. Of course there's one all the way over here. Tree of the guest? Yeah. I mean, it's not really an action. Well, but that doesn't make... That wouldn't make sense, Kylaria, because that never happened. The Mako was never upside down like a turtle. I don't know what you're talking about. Watch it! Of course, again, like, I think it's cool, but, like, aside from, like, Presley, like, I don't know any of these people. I don't know any of them. Oh, oh, oh. Whoppa. Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. Oh, 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 I see it. I see. Oh, and I see the one over here, too. Mm-hmm. Like, the big thing is, like I said, I'm pretty sure, like, the amount of element 0... that we, like, start with is, like, essentially more than we need. But it is nice, because it actually allows to respec crew. And there's some interesting things you can do with that. But you can only... Do I need the Do I need DLC to do that? Maybe. That... Because it kind of locks some crew into, like, points, and you can't move them around. It's like, oh, they're already kind of committed on the skill that I don't really care about. But it gives you the opportunity to, Oh, no. No! No, we're not going back to the Normandy. Stay away. Don't you click on that. So if you didn't get to play through the first game, it kind of shows you where, you know, a little bit of your history, a little bit of the flashy backs. Are we done? There we go. Look at us climbing things. Oh, amazing. Oh, another thing they were supposed to like have worked on was just that. I'm confused about that user thing. Like camera placement. Because with like third-person shooters, there's always the potential of the like character models essentially blocking parts of the screen. I guess one was the biggest offender. All right, I think we're good. Think we're good. I just don't like that. I thought I saw a box of this over there, and then I was gonna go get it, and then I didn't. Or at least I didn't remember getting it. Right. All right. Anyways, that's good enough. Planet of the Monument. Got the. No, 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 no. Oh shoot! There's one more thing, which I don't think I've seen yet. Oh no. No, we saw the Mako. It's my helmet. We do actually find the helmet that I was wearing. It's pretty certain. Pretty certain. I just don't... I guess I wasn't being thorough. Oh, no, no, no. We fired some shots in the air to remember the Mako. No. I want my helmet, though. All right. I need everybody down here. We're going to start a grid, and we're just going to do a walk-off. Was it on a cliff? Yeah, it's like going to a place that I haven't been. Oh, did I? Was that what I picked up and it wasn't the Ezo? Maybe that's what I was missing. All right, so that was this way. So I thought it was this thing up here. Rats. So this is the thing that I walked past. I'm pretty certain that I thought had something up here. Whereas you could look it up in a guide. I'm gonna look it up. I want my helmet. I want it. This is definitely how it's done. Is there just a map? Yeah. Okay, fragile, element 0. Okay. So, okay, first, so there's the Mako. We got the Mako. And then the Galaxy map room. Where's the map room? Datapad. Yeah, no, it should have been here. Yeah, I know. It actually, so according to this, it should have been right there. So either I picked it up and didn't realize it, or bugged. All right, I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to save. And then I'm going to end this mission. And then if I don't have it, there will be things to pay. Things must be paid. I'll get them for you, Mako. Pew. Summary. Okay, there it was. I did get my helmet. Shepard's lost N7 helmet was recovered. Experience gain. Credits. I can't remember how much is supposed to be found. 500 probably is acceptable amounts. Probably acceptable amounts.
Commander, you've received a new message at your private terminal.
Oh, no. Back. Sorry. Archive messages. The Alliance was grateful to see the information you found in the Northern crash site. We have sent it out to the affected families. By finding those dog tags, you've provided peace of mind for a lot of people, Commander. I thank you on their behalf. Alrighty. Okay, we just sound like a completely different. Yeah, I like how we were like, oh, I can land again? Really? That's interesting. Oh, that's like a lot of palladium.
Launching probe.
Alright, might as well.
In research projects, palladium is used to upgrade heavy pistols, armor, and cybernetics. Probe away.
Because we're going to be heading back to Omega. And I don't want to come back here, so might as well make...
Probe away.
Boom.
Probe away.
Probe away. Alright. It's fine. Alright, so then we have to, like, reach the edge of a galaxy. Is it slightly dopey? Yes. Alright, gonna go head back here. So what happens if you run out of fuel, you may ask? Like you lose a considerable amount of all your alternative resources. I mean, I'm gonna use them all at some point. I guess we could have gone to Citadel. Do we go to Citadel? I do want to like get to like an actual mission because we haven't done like missions. Like it's funny, like we did that tutorial. That tutorial is so brutal. Yeah. Yeah, it's fine. Is it fine? It's fine. Yeah, Overload's probably better. Overload's better. That's good. How we doing? Yeah, we're getting there. So we can change out our weapons. Like here. I'm Predator, Shuriken. Choose Shepherd. Grenade launcher versus arc projector. Arc projector's better, but I'm hoping not to use it.
Welcome to Omega. You're new here, aren't you? I can always tell. Allow me to... Oh, hello, Mocklin. I was just...
Leave, Target. Now.
Oh, of course, Mocklin. Whatever she wants.
Blasted scavengers. Welcome to Omega, Shepard.
You know who I am?
Of course. We had you tagged the moment you entered the Terminus systems. You're not as subtle as you think.
What? Subtle is my middle name.
Spectre to Omega. I suggest you go to Afterlife now and present yourself.
I'll talk to your boss when I'm damn well ready.
Then you'd better get ready. No one keeps Arya waiting. Afterlife now.
I'm receiving quarantine warnings about the slums where Dr. Morden Solus runs the clinic. Anticipate resistance at the transport station. I have also accessed messages between mercenary groups regarding plans to deal with the Archangel. There's a recruiting station at Afterlife that may have information on him.
Please. You have to help me.
No one said you could talk, jackass.
You Zaid Masani?
Yeah, that's me. You must be Commander Shepard. Hey, we have a galaxy to save.
I assume you've been briefed?
I've done my homework. Cerberus sent me everything I needed to know.
My contacts told me we're picking up one man, not two.
Batarian delinquent. Pissed off someone rich enough to hire me to go after him. And for my bring him in alive rates even.
Please. I didn't do it.
I said shut it. Tried to lead me on a chase all over the systems. He should have known better. These people always run to Omega.
What's your relationship with Cerberus?
Easy. Cerberus is paying me a lot of money to help you on your mission.
We seem concerned about this Batarian.
Not many mercs would take a suicide mission for the pay.
Most mercs don't get an offer like the one Cerberus sent me. This mission doesn't sound like good business, but your elusive man can move a lot of credits.
Okay.
Good to have you, Zaid. We have a lot to do.
That's what they tell me. I assume the elusive man told you about our arrangement.
I'm assuming there's some part of your contract that I'm expected to handle. That about right?
Yeah. Funny he didn't tell you. Picked
Funny.
up a mission a little while back, just before I signed on with Cerberus. Thought you might be interested. You heard the name Vito Santiago? He's the head of the Blue Suns. Runs the whole organization. Seems he recently captured an Eldfell Ashland refinery on Zoya and is using their workers for slave labor. The company wants it dealt with.
We'll get to it if we can. Our mission takes priority.
I know you've got bigger fish to fry. That's why I'd like to get this other thing dealt with as soon as possible. I better turn this thing in before it starts to stink. I'll be locked and loaded next time you're ready to get some killing done.
He seems nice. Apex Omni Tools, Solar Electronics. Oh yeah. This is a place. Scars on the face? I have scars on my face.
Omega, what a piss hole. At least it keeps you on your toes. I've had to come here on business before. I feel like I need a shower afterward, in addition to normal decontamination.
You'll see. They do have stores. They're that way.
Come on, let me in. Ari's expecting me. Ugh.
Annoyed. If she were expecting you, you'd be inside.
You've let 10 people in while I've been standing here.
Uncaring. They were VIPs.
We're not gonna listen to an Elcor. Come on.
Can you even see me over here? Don't you know who I am?
Matter of factly. No. Get in line.
Aww.
Look, I'll pay you. I'm prepared to offer you 50 credits.
With apparent interest. Double it.
Okay, 100 credits.
Amused. Double it.
200 credits?
Assertively. No. Get back in line.
Wow. That was a beatdown.
Enough of this. Let me inside or I'll smash that smelly ass you call a face.
With barely constrained menace. Try it.
Whatever. I don't want to go in there anyway.
Will you draw me this picture or do this artwork for me for free? I'll give you exposure. No, that's fine. I don't like your artwork anyways. Yeah. You're a jerk.
Go on in. Ari's expecting you.
That's right.
What are you looking at?
The man whose day I'm about to ruin.
I'm not looking for trouble.
Maybe I am. Maybe you better get out of here before I find you some.
All right. I've got stuff to do anyway. Come on, let's get out of here.
Awkward walk off screen. Yes, they went the wrong way, but whatever, it's fine. Merc Recruiter, we're not there yet.
Wow, the whole club is spinning.
Can we just only order drinks from here? Now walk away. Whoosh. They didn't care. That was super dramatic. Oh. Purchase? They don't tell me how much. But whatever. Did she just say, has anybody here seen my kid?
You want to talk? Talk to Aria. Step back.
Let's go talk with Aria.
Close enough.
Stand still.
Try it and you'll be scanning the inside of your colon. I'd almost pay to see that, but it's not an option. You want to talk, you get scanned. If you're looking for weapons, you're not doing a very good job. Can't be too careful with dead specters. That could be anyone wearing your face. I was told you're the person to talk to if I have questions.
They're clean.
Depends on the questions. You run Omega? I am Omega. But you need more. Everyone needs more something, and they all come to me. I'm the boss, CEO, queen, if you're feeling dramatic. It doesn't matter. Omega has no titled ruler and only one rule. Don't fuck with Arya.
Okay.
Sounds like neither of us likes being jerked around. And on your ship, that would matter. Here, we entertain my preferences.
Yeah.
So, what can I do for you?
Let's learn a little bit about her.
So you must know what's what on Omega. Everything that's worth knowing. I don't usually give it out freely. Information is power. Mundane things you can find yourself. Take a walk in a back alley or buy one of the mercs a drink. Better yet, talk to the entertainers. They give great tours. Just don't waste my time. Tell me how you got set up here. That's as privileged as information gets. I have many friends and enemies I keep at varying distances. I don't count you among either.
Aww.
We'll see how useful you prove.
Not sure why you stood
Short
up to give
answer.
that speech.
Mind your own damn business. One scan and we're straight to business. People are usually more concerned about who I am. Your death was downplayed, but hardly what I call a secret. I had to make sure it was really you. You could have been anyone, anything. Whatever you need will come out on its own. I'm curious, but Omega doesn't really care about you. I'm looking for Morden Solus. Do you know where I can find him? The Solarian doctor? Last I heard, he was trying to help plague victims in the quarantine zone. I always liked Morden. He's as likely to heal you as he is to shoot you. What can you tell me about him? Used to be part of the Solarian Special Tasks Group. He's brilliant and dangerous. Just don't get him talking. He never shuts up. If you really need to find him, take a shuttle to the quarantine zone. No guarantee they'll let you in, of course. I'm trying to track down Archangel. You and half of Omega. You want him dead too? Why is everyone after him? He thinks he's fighting on the side of good. There is no good side to Omega. Everything he does pisses someone off. It's catching up to him. Just the kind of guy I'm looking for. Really? Well, aren't you interesting? You're gonna make some enemies teaming up with Archangel. That's assuming you can get to him. He's in a bit of trouble right now. What kind of trouble? The local merc groups have joined forces to take him down. They've got him cornered, but it sounds like they're having trouble finishing him off. They've started hiring anybody with a gun to help them.
Sounds like that might be our ticket in.
They're using a private room for recruiting. Just over there. I'm sure they'll sign you up. What can you tell me about Archangel? Not as much as I'd like. He showed up here several months ago and started causing all sorts of problems. If you make your own laws, which everyone here does, he makes life difficult. He's reckless and idealistic. But he seems to know enough to stay clear of me. Which merc groups are after Archangel? Blue Suns, Eclipse, Blood Pack. They're Omega's major players. Unless they're at war, you'll never see them together. But one thing they hate more than each other is Archangel. Do you hate Archangel? I don't have time for hate, but I distrust them all equally. For now, I'm happy just to let them kill each other. I appreciate the help. See if you still feel that way when the mercs realize you're here to help him. Sounds like I don't have much time to waste. You've got all the time in the
Game
world.
bunker.
Archangel? Not so much.
For those who don't recognize it, that's Carrie Ann Moss. Alright, we're not doing the recruit yet. Helena Blake. So, Helena Blake was in the first game. She was the one who was a part of a crime syndicate who sent us after 2 other crime syndicates. We murdered them all and then told her to retire.
Commander Shepard, is that you? I'd heard you were dead. I'm Helena Blake. We met a few years ago. I don't expect...
No, I was just telling everybody about you.
Removed 2 criminal warlords from power and persuaded me to retire. I'll never forget it.
And now you're on Omega. Once a criminal, always a criminal, eh?
Oh no, Commander. I retired. I know better than to go back on my word with you. You convinced me to turn my life around. I'm a social worker now, believe it or not.
Is that what you're calling it these days?
That's what it's called when a person works for the betterment of the people around her. Doing the good
I wouldn't know.
work in a place like
I don't
this
do
requires
the
that one
betterment of
understand
others
how
around me.
things truly work, which makes me uniquely qualified.
And if you skim a little off the top, no one's the wiser, right?
Please, Commander, there's no angle. It doesn't take a saint to see that people here are hurting. I can play Omega's game and maybe do some good around here. That's the only angle.
What brings you to Omega?
What brings anyone to Omega? Opportunity, success, failure, all of the above. I find this place suits me. I can bring it a certain air of civility, I suppose.
I have to go.
Of course. You must have more important things to do.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm definitely super busy. Gotta do very, very important things.
Omega's #1 citizen. But what do we really know about her? With your help, we can make damn sure that the people who should rule Omega do so.
Oh. Oh, right. Forvin. But more important, the dance. I couldn't even change the camera angles. What's that about? Can I not? I mean, I don't feel that's really, like, showing off, like, the epic nature of my, my dance skills there. Whatever. These are new. They're Vorcha. Train and dance moves? Oh my gosh. Yep, definitely should do that. That's a skill set.
This place. How can these people be left to rot?
You don't understand, or you don't want to?
Doesn't really matter.
No. Omega has worked this way for a very long time.
Oh, the
No
Van
one's
Damme
changing it now.
dance? No. I was like, I should... No. I thought... For a fraction of a second, I had, like, the worst idea ever that I would attempt to do something like it, and then I instantly thought better of it.
Human, tell Captain Gavon we not kill anyone today.
I don't know a Captain Gavon. Why would I tell him anything?
Not trust you. Tell Gavon we know his tricks. We not kill anyone today.
That's not suspicious. I walk up to strangers all the time and let them know that I haven't killed anybody today.
There seem to be a lot of Vorcha on Omega.
Go away. Talk too much. Gavon's thugs get no more. We leave.
Good talking to you.
No more talk. We know Gavon's tricks. We leave. I tear your face.
Okay. Geez, what's the right order for this one? I guess money-wise it doesn't matter. It's mostly just intimidation stuff. So I'll say hi in all your streams. I kill no one today. Alright, what are you selling? Heavy weapon, ammo, upgrade, couplings. Oh yeah, oh my god. Like I said, like the amount of money we have, Geth Plasma, the Matlock, that's not normal. Good to hear, Dern. Keep up the good work. So I can just buy, like, everything, right? Because I have such a ridiculous sum of money.
Explorer ships have reported seeing vessels of an unknown make, but whose silhouette strongly resembles ancient Ragnar ship.
Hello there. Might I interest you in some salvage tech? Every credit goes toward a ticket to get me off this forsaken rock.
Your prices are insulting.
No one in their right mind would pay these prices for salvaged parts.
I know. It's crippling my sales.
Drop your prices and I'll consider buying. Otherwise, I'll keep walking.
You're right. I'll give you whatever you like for the original price. And if this gets back to Harrod, I'll deal with it then.
Harrod?
What brought a nice kid like you to Omega?
My pilgrimage. What money I had got stolen within a few days, so I decided to sell salvaged parts. You can see how that turned out. Harrod's forcing me to sell high, and I can't even afford a ticket off this station.
Why does Harrod control your prices?
Harrod made me swear not to undercut it, no matter what. He was here first, so it's his right. But no one will buy from me when he's so much cheaper. Can't save enough money for a ticket off the station.
I can go talk to Harrod for you. Get him to ease up.
I won't stop you. If you can convince him to lay off, then maybe I'll get off this station after all. His shop's up the ramp, near where Marsh sells goods. Anything you can do will be much appreciated.
I have to go.
So I could talk with Harrod, or I could just pay for the ticket myself. $25, $416. Yeah, this was $500. Look at that. We got 86 credit discount. This we just saved 15,000 on. All right. Well, we got 5 renegade points for getting myself a better deal. Nice. Nice. And this takes us back outside, correct? Oh, wow. I totally remember this stuff.
Consort has declined to name the next race likely to gain council membership. However, she suggested an announcement could come soon. Hannah Shepard has apparently turned down an admiral's star and will remain in command of the Orizaba. The captain deemed her promotion to admiral a political ploy and said that she could best honor her child's legacy by captaining a ship.
That's my mom. Gavon.
Captain Gavorn, head of the Vorcha task force. Got something to report?
There's an awful lot of Vorcha here. What are they planning?
Vorcha? Plan? They're a pestilence, nothing more. If they started planning, we'd all be in big trouble.
What's your job here exactly?
Keep the Vorcha in line. Keep them out of Aria's sight. That's about it.
I'll just be going.
Keep moving.
Oh, okay. Good talking to you. Hi, Mom! Let those people fall.
She uncovered Saren's plan, defeated the Geth army, and died in the final days of the fight. Or did she? Witnesses report seeing her alive on Omega.
News travels fast.
Inquiry has dismissed claims by one Corporal Toombs about a shadowy organization known as Cerberus. A disturbed Toombs says Cerberus held him prisoner for years, but investigators found insufficient evidence to validate his story.
Yeah, so that's Tombs. That's from the first game.
Nearly destroyed it. The colony of Zoo's Hope has announced plans for an expansion.
This is all stuff from like the first game.
Non-biotic and biotic humans are growing. A new poll shows that 40% of non-biotic humans support mandatory registration of all humans with biotic ability.
Mad Prophet.
End is not humans. A blight on galactic purity. You, sir, you are a blight. And you, humans, and you.
I like what this prophet is selling. He knows that humans are a blight. If we...
Protheans cast off the lesser races, the Krogan, the Vorcha, and the humans. And so they dwelled in filth, on worlds made of dirt and feces. And there they lay until they stumbled into the skies.
Ah, GG's on the first win in Tainted Grail, though.
The word is clear.
Yes, yes. Osmosis. Comment on interesting but not a blight.
Let none in my sight continue to live, lest their impurity displease me. The word is clear on this, friends. Humans are the hands of the Reapers, here to commit the galaxy to ruin.
You're crazy.
Be gone! I cast you out into the cold black. I name you unclean.
All right, Bob and Nate. Good night.
Bring unto me the children, that I may watch them grow. Soldiers for the cause. Way is clear, my friends. Draw your weapons for the word, or face its terrible wrath. The end times will come, not with a bang, but with a sigh. Those who dip their extremities in the well of sin and vice must repent with fire, oil, and gun. Let not fleshly friendships and base urges compel us to sin and neglect. The word makes its demands, and it demands obedience.
You lost me on that one. I was all with the humans being a blight, but the not dipping my appendages into sin, less on board with.
There shall be rejected, and the lesser races given their places in heaven. This shall be the beginning of the end. The end times are upon us. Repent and restore your souls to glory.
Oh, Solarians gave Ashley a award.
Humans, a blight on galactic purity.
Yeah, yep. You're a blight. Oh, it's Harriet. What do you sell? Visor, which we probably will use. Oh, yeah, we get ships. Yeah, some of the armor stuff I don't really care about. Double your time limit for hacking. Completely unnecessary. Terminus armor. All weapons receive increased shield, storm speed by 10%. Incantational, singularity project. That's like a lot. That's like a lot. Like, probably want the visor, but we'll talk with Harriet first.
Tentatively excited. Welcome, human. What can I get for you?
What kinds of things do you sell here?
Friendly, salvaged parts. All kinds. Mostly legitimate. With pride, my prices are the lowest anywhere on the station. You won't find salvage cheaper than mine.
I understand you have an arrangement with the quarry and over there.
Suspicious? Of course. A businessman must enter certain agreements in order to stay in business. Accusatory, I don't understand how it is any concern of yours.
If you're worried about competition, why not just buy out his store?
Intrigued? I had not considered that before. My fellow merchants on Omega are not known for being easy to shut down.
A weak, homesick kid like that shouldn't be a problem for a man like you.
Devilishly excited.
Devilishly excited.
On your advice, I will conquer the quarry. Grateful to thank you for your counsel. I offer you a discount at all of my stores.
What kinds of things do you
Friends
sell?
with pride, courteously. Have a fine day.
All right,
Take a
now.
look at my kiosk if you want.
Yes. I'll take the visor. Of course, I'll take the model. Definitely need that. We can always come back later. I don't care about the other things right now.
A council inquiry has concluded that a combat VI that went rogue on Luna was not intentionally upgraded to full AI status. Alliance members have maintained that the VI was for combat testing purposes only. Given these findings, it is unlikely any charges will be filed. Protesters have again attempted to extinguish the Shepherd Memorial flame on Torfin. Authorities issued warnings, but Admiral Hackett asked that no arrests be made.
Storm speed, which is like the ability to run. Yeah, like all these things are important. Anything that's like weapon upgrades. Is Bloodlad here? Reduce late, no. Urban. Increase power damage and shield strength by 10%. Ooh, Dragon Age armor. All right, let's talk to Marsh
I
here.
might have something here for humans. Not much.
You might snare a few tourists with these prices, but I'm not giving you a single credit.
Sure, you can find things cheaper if you're willing to risk the black market.
Well, you and I could do business if you'd just charge what this crap is worth.
Fine. I'll give you the uppity human discount. And that's all you're getting.
The uppity human discount. All right, well, normally I'd be like really picky about picking this stuff up, and just because, like I said, it's normally like we don't have this kind of money. So I'll take that.
What's this?
Take the model. We'll leave that there for now. Increase storm speed by 10%. Probably don't care about that. Probably don't care about that.
Reported seeing vessels of an unknown make, but whose silhouette strongly resembles ancient Rachni ship profiles. The few ships sighted have been small scouting vessels that rapidly retreated. The council has pledged a full investigation.
Okay, so we bought everything there that I'm really interested in. Again, we're done here as well. Like it's just not worthwhile to what is it? Like the hacking thing, like what you pay in the hacking, it essentially costs you so much money that it's just not worth it. So like as hacking progresses to a certain point, it starts reducing your rewards. So like, but spending 30,000 credits on it, just no. I guess, yes. forget how good the Matlock is in this one. Let's go ahead and buy it. Let's see. Right. How much money do I have now? Okay, only 860. I have never been able to buy out stuff. So, all right, we got that. We got that. So upgrades are a little bit weird. Like, you can unlock an upgrade and it's just free and you just get the upgrade. And the other thing is that, like, sometimes you just have to pay a cost after so many of them and it gets you like a different benefit. It's a little bit confusing because it's not particularly straightforward, but it's like each one's just like 10%, 10%, and then it's like, oh, like your weapons way less or do some secondary thing. But until we get Morden, we can't do any of that. Ah, this Batarian I totally trust. Look how happy he was. He was smirking as he walked away. That's definitely a good sign. Shepard, no.
Commander Shepard, she uncovered Saren's plan, defeated the Geth army, and
Say something, Commander.
How much did I drink?
One drink. That's all it takes. That racist Batarian bastard. Looks like you broke the first rule of Omega. Don't order a drink at Afterlife if you're human.
I thought the first rule of Omega was don't mess with Arya.
Humans aren't welcome at Afterlife?
It's just that one Batarian bartender. He's got a stick up his ass about a bunch of Batarians that died a while back.
I probably was involved in that.
Humans ain't exactly held in high regard around here.
That bartender tried to poison me?
Tried is the word. As far as I know, you're the first human to survive it. Me and my friend Jake went there to celebrate our new shipping business. He got real drunk, and an hour later he was puking blood.
I think I'll go give that bartender a taste of his own medicine.
He won't be expecting you. That's for sure. Give that Batarian bastard what he deserves.
That's a sales pitch. Hi, Forvin. Remember me?
Do I know you? No, you humans all look the same. Here, have a drink on the house.
Incite the crowd, make him drink it. Yeah!
But, you drank? You should be dead. Wait.
A lot of people think I'm dead.
Now, drink it.
No, you can't.
Drink it, or I'll blind you one eye at a time.
That's already terrifying, but they have 4 of them. All right, everyone cool with that? Anybody have any problems? There's just a body on the floor. I mean, that can't. That's going to cost them a Michelin star. Easily cost them a Michelin star. All right, so we talked with Arya. Should we go to the quarantine zone? Probably. Let me double check that map. Oh, there's that mission, but I can do that later. Oh, we can talk to the Patriarch.
No. You said he had close family. They'll just want revenge. Kill the family first. Then he'll get angry and come at you stupid. And then you kill him. I don't think
That's
I know
just
you.
sound advice.
I'm the Patriarch. Aria's Patriarch. What do you want?
What do you know about Arya?
A few centuries ago, Omega was my rock. When Arya arrived, she had nothing but the clothes on her back. I thought she was another dancer. She killed half my men and convinced the rest that she could run this place better than I did. She came for me here in this bar. We tore this place apart. She crushed one of my hearts, shattered half the bones in my body, and left me alive.
What made her decide to leave you alive?
No, she doesn't destroy what she can use. She said I could have all my old comforts if I served as her advisor. I knew how things worked. I knew who to lean on, who to smack down, who to smile at. And everyone who respected me saw me beaten, broken. They knew that as strong as I'd been, she was stronger.
A Krogan as old as you must have some great stories.
I killed a lot of people, lived well, and was beaten by a small Asari who keeps me around as an example. My time is done. Anyone I killed is long forgotten. The stories are ours.
Mass Effect, Crypt of the Necrodancer. You gotta respect people named Arya.
Why do they call you Patriarch?
It's like an Asari matriarch, only male. It was Arya's little joke. After she took me down, she let me live. Kept me around as an advisor and a trophy.
I should be going.
Okay. So let's start the morning mission. We'll probably take Zaid and Jacob with us.
Breaking news. The weekly death toll numbers are in, and they're not looking good. The last report placed the station's murder rate at 89, up 5 from the previous week. The newest report places the death toll at just 73, with experts blaming the council's threatened limits on the slave trade for the lower number. With 80% of all bets placed on the over this week, this news could sink.
They're betting on the death rates? This place is great. Private residence, access denied.
Claiming is pointless,
Okay.
human. There's a plague. Nobody gets in or out.
You can't keep me out. I live in there.
I'm doing you a favor, lady. If you go in, the guards will cut you down.
You can't do this. Everything I own is in that apartment.
Kelly?
I told you to get lost, lady. The plague has the whole zone quarantined. Nobody gets in.
I'm human, you ass. Humans can't get the plague. Now let me get my stuff out before looters get it.
This thing affects every other race out there. We're not taking chances. Nobody gets in until the plague has run its course.
I didn't think Omega had any kind of law enforcement. Who gave the order to quarantine the slums?
Fresh off the transport, huh? Arya Tilok calls the shots around here. She's got her little blue hands on every business in this district. And a plague is bad for business. She hired us to keep anyone from entering or leaving the quarantine zone.
So you're saying the slums are completely sealed off?
Finally, a human that can hear. Yes, that's exactly what I'm saying.
You can't keep me out. I'm gonna lose all my stuff.
I'm doing you a favor, human. Anybody in the quarantine zone will be dead from the plague or the gangs in a few weeks.
I have a feeling her name is Karen.
There's a Solarian named Morden Solis in the slums. I've got to get in there to find him.
The doctor? Yeah, crazy bastard opened a clinic in the district a few months ago. The Blue Suns weren't too happy when he moved in. I hear Morden's trying to deal with the plague. I wish him luck, but the area is still locked down. Our orders are to wait until either the plague or the Blue Suns kill everyone, then go in and clean up.
Any idea where I can find Morden's clinic?
Not a clue. What do you care? The place is quarantined, remember?
Tell me more about this plague.
It starts out as a cough, then you start coughing blood. And, well, then I shoot you. It affects multiple species. Turians, Solarians, Krogan, you name it. Only humans are immune. And Vorcha, if you count them. An airborne disease that takes down multiple races. Can't let that spread. Hence the quarantine.
Tell me about the Blue
Who are the Blue
Suns.
Suns?
Mercenary gang that runs the district. At least they used to. The guys are mostly Turian. I heard the plague hit them pretty hard. Now the whole district is up for grabs. I hear the Vorcha are making a move. Plague can't hurt them. Immune to disease. Just one more reason you don't want to go in there.
I didn't think diseases could cross species barriers. Turians and Solarians can't even eat the same food.
Right. Most people figure that it has to be synthetic. Somebody engineered it. And it either got loose, or they're testing it here. And seeing as how humans are immune to the plague and doing a fair bit of looting, a lot of people think humans made it.
Yeah, I gotta go in.
Take a good long look at me. Do I look like a looter?
No.
I'm going in. If I find looters, I'll kill them. Anybody gets in my way, I'll kill them too.
I'll call the guards. They'll let you in with no trouble.
Wait, you're stopping me, but not them? You son of a bitch.
You don't have a grenade launcher, lady. Get lost.
Fortunately, humans are immune to the plague.
Oh, am I stuck with these two? It's probably fine. Oh, no, I get to choose. Zaid, taken. Jacob, taken. Yep. Oh, I don't have Inferno Grenade yet. That's a shame. Maybe I should have taken Miranda then. He does ludicrous sums of damage. Jacob is whatever. Like 35. I'm sure that's fine. All right. So you take the Matlock heavy rifle, which is fine. Shotgun, which is the only one I have. Pistol. Good. It's good. Just gonna save in the middle of missions. All right, Jacob. Okay, so it's telling me to go that way, so of course we don't. Oh, yes. Ammo, a body, some element 0. Zaid's better once he has Inferno Grenade. I just haven't unlocked it yet. Ooh. Oh, that was close. That was close, my friends. Oh, because it is only 100 credits. I thought it was experience. Okay, credits. It's fine. Someone pointed out that I might have had that wrong, and they were correct. Cover works.
Good luck in there. The Blue Suns and Vorcha shooting anything that moves.
Shields. Grab concussive. Okay.
Gotta hurt.
Lost shields.
All right, pick him up.
Guess they just left the dead in the streets.
Plague control at its most basic. Pile the bodies in the street and burn them.
Yeah, no, oh, yeah, no, okay, yeah, no, this is fine. We can just hack bank terminals, right? Yeah. Okay, find code segments, locate and select it. Find all the matches before security runs out. Okay, 2 blue lines. No, 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 no. That one. Green and staggered. Nope. Nope. Come on. Woo! 5,000 credits. Thank you. Looking good. Yeah, okay. So obviously we don't go straight. Obviously. Power cells. Door hack. H battery. Top. H battery. So now we don't need an engineer to do this stuff.
Tried to claw his way out. Can't say I wouldn't do the same.
Bastards see us in this room. Said we're infected. Idiots can't tell the difference between the plague and a simple cough. Nothing to do now but sit tight and wait for them to wise up. Good thing we brought a deck of cards. 2 days in. Nobody's even come by to check on us. Never thought the Blue Suns would turn their backs on me. This group used to stand for something. When I get out of here, I'm gonna make them pay.
That seems unlikely.
Davis isn't doing too good. I think he really does have the plague. Gotta get out of here before he infects me too. Davis died last night. He's still talking to me though. Good to hear his voice. The company is nice. Nobody should die alone.
Why does it sound like there's a dog barking? There aren't any dogs in the game. There's like Borcha, and then there's Varen. Okay, nothing here. Oh, yeah, so I think it's better to... I was trying to... There's like a save option here.
Should have guessed. Bad enough you infect us with this plague. Now you lack the decency to even wait until I die before you come to steal my possessions.
You need help. Don't blame us for this. Leave him. Did I have to choose that now?
Humans didn't create this plague.
Lies drip from your mouth like the blood from my source. The proof is there for all to see. Your species is the only one that does not succumb to the virus. Yours and the wretched Borcha.
Is there any anything I can do for you?
Get away from me, human. Your kind has done too much already. Your plague did this to me. Your faint pity is the final insult.
We're here to find Morden, not help some whiny Batarian.
Humans looking for the human sympathizer. I hope the Vorcha burned Morden and his clinic to the ground. I hope you... I hope... Damn it. Damn you.
Hey, stay with me. This won't cure the plague, but it might help a bit.
We'll be nice. We get renegade points if we let him die. And money.
You help me.
Yeah, I need information.
Told you. I'm looking for somebody. Would you rather I let you choke on your own blood?
I suppose not.
That's right.
You wish to know.
Why are you so convinced humans are behind this outbreak?
The plague is too potent to be a naturally occurring virus. Airborne transmission across numerous species, near perfect mortality rate. It had to be created in a lab. And since humans are the only species not affected, there is only one logical conclusion.
The Vorcha!
Aren't the Vorcha immune to the plague? What if they spread the virus so they could take over the district?
Vorcha are immune to disease. A human-created plague wouldn't affect them. But if the Vorcha created the plague, why wouldn't it affect humans? Besides, the Vorcha aren't smart enough to make a virus like this. They're scavengers. Sorry, human. You may not want to believe it, but all the evidence points to your species.
I need to find Morden Solus.
He has a clinic on the far side of the district. He's taking in refugees, offering to help those infected with the plague. I was afraid to go to him before. He is dangerous, but perhaps he can help.
What makes Morden worse than dying from the plague?
The Blue Suns tried to press him for protection money. He killed them, stunned them with some kind of toxin, then gunned them down. He's not just a doctor. Doctors don't execute people and display the bodies as a warning.
You were talking about Vorcha earlier.
I mean, maybe.
Before the quarantine, the Blue Suns controlled this district. But as their numbers fell to the plague, Vorcha moved in. The Blue Suns are fighting to protect their territory. But as the plague spreads, it's only a matter of time until the Vorcha overwhelm them.
I need to find Morden.
I was afraid to go to him before. He is dangerous, but perhaps he can help.
When I find Morden, I'll tell him about you. If he has a cure, I'll make sure someone gets it to you.
Thank you. My time is running short, but at least you have given me a flicker of hope to brighten the darkness of my final hours. I don't want to die. Whatever Morden is, I will risk it if he can reach me.
I should go.
Goodbye, human.
Bypass. Well, that's easy. CH. Oh my gosh, it's the easiest hack ever. Yes! Alright, but we're definitely not looters. We shoot looters on sight. We're investigating. I'm investigating this wall safe. I am documenting this. Credits as evidence. This is dark. Oh. Oh, there they are, the triangles.
Got it.
Right. Charge him up. Sure thing. Taking cover.
Wow, they actually moved. This used to be a pain. In Mass Effect 2, like getting them to go on like upstairs and on levels was really difficult. Most of the time they would just ignore you.
Firing concussive shot.
Well, that whiffed horribly.
Taking heavy fire.
Are you two like not gonna shoot? No. Wow, the curving on this is just not nearly as good. There we go.
Here they come.
But it's way better here to have the height advantage.
Gravity's one beat.
Please don't. Grab them. Or not.
Sit down.
You're done.
Shields down.
Uh-huh. Yep, nope. It's fine. Oh, there's like a lot of them.
You're done.
And I'm dying. I need to, like, not die? What's your other option? That's probably more accurate.
Switch up.
Get over here.
Firing an impact shot.
I thought the shields regenerated over time. Should.
Got it.
Got a line.
Can you get him? Can this actually hit? Nice. Da-da-da-da. No, no, don't switch weapons. Oh, I'm out of ammo. That would explain why I switched weapons.
Come on over.
Okay, reticle doesn't come back too much. Ugh.
Firing concussive shot.
Okay, lift. Warp. Oh my gosh, that is super inaccurate. Lift. Lift.
Nice.
Warp. Alright, how we doing? I am out of some ammo, but found 1,000 credits. Ding, 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 ding. Reload. I'm sure there's plenty of ammo laying about once we get down here.
Gotcha.
Right.
Right. So we came in from here. That's the hack door. Just making sure. No ammo. No ammo? They didn't drop any ammunition? That doesn't make sense. Alright, well, we're better now. Fixed it! Bypass. Start it. H battery. Top battery. H top. Doo-doo-doo-doo-doo. What's in here? Again, not looting. We are definitely not looting. But we have to deal with these witnesses first.
Oh, thank God you're human.
When we saw that door open, we thought those Turians had found us. Ever since this plague started, the Blue Suns have been out to get us. They're killing as many people as the disease.
Why are the Blue Suns hunting you?
We didn't do anything. Pretty much every non-human in the district wants us dead.
They think we caused the plague. Humans aren't getting sick, and that's all the evidence they need. God knows how many of us they've already killed.
They should be looking at the Vorcha, not us. Ever since the plague hit, they've been taking over Blue Sun's territory.
You said the Vorcha moved in just after the plague hit?
Right after the district was quarantined. Vorcha are immune to diseases, so they're not getting sick.
Not sure where they came from. Never saw many Vorcha around before. Sure seemed like they were ready for this.
Only nobody thinks the Vorcha are smart enough to create a virus like this. The Blue Suns need someone else to blame. Like us.
You said the Vorcha were taking over Blue Sun's territory?
Trying to. The Blue Suns don't go down easy. The plague softened them up, but they still have enough firepower to hold some of their turf. The Turians are getting pushed back. The deeper you go into the district, the more Vorcha you'll see. Unless they see you first.
What else can you tell me about the plague? When did it start?
The first cases cropped up about 2 weeks ago. Nobody paid much attention until it started to spread. Usually takes about a week to kill you, but it spreads fast. 3 days after the first outbreak, there were over 50 known cases.
That's when everyone noticed humans weren't getting sick. Then the quarantine came down and everything went to hell.
Any idea how the victims contracted it?
Not sure. Probably airborne. Even after the Blue Suns started sealing victims up inside their own apartments, the plague kept spreading. Now they just gun victims down and burn the bodies in the streets. Doesn't seem to be helping, though. People are dying by the dozens.
Tell me more about the Blue Suns.
Yeah.
They're a mercenary gang, mostly Turian. Used to run this district. Kept things nice and stable for the most part.
As long as you paid your monthly protection fees, everything was cool. Rates were pretty reasonable. For Omega, at least.
Then this damn plague hit. Everyone started dying. The Vorcha started moving in. The Blue Suns lost control and the whole district turned into a war zone.
I need to find Morden Solus.
Oh yeah, him. He's got a clinic on the other side of the district.
Heard he's taking in refugees now. Trying to help plague victims. Offering protection from the Suns and the Vorcha.
Sure. A doctor with military-grade mechs helping people for free. On Omega, grow up.
Sounds like you don't think much of the doctor and his clinic.
The Vorcha tried to muscle in. He gunned them down. Just like that. Pop, pop, pop. Didn't even use his mechs.
Then the Blue Suns heard he was sheltering humans and they went to burn down the clinic. He killed them too. Then he went inside and got back to work. He's cold. Must be Solarian Special Forces or something.
Maybe you should go to the clinic.
You can't stay trapped in this apartment. If you get to Morden's, you might at least survive until the quarantine ends.
Are you nuts? We'd never make it. The streets are crawling with Blue Suns and
I don't know. We're kind of mowing them down as we're going along.
Besides, I'm not risking my life on a rumor that some Solarian might offer me sanctuary.
Cowering in this apartment might keep you alive for a while, but if the mercs don't get you, starvation will.
Easy for you to say. You're a soldier armed to the teeth. We're just ordinary people.
Yeah, you're making it out like we're cowards or something.
The coward accepts death instead of fighting to stay alive. If you want to survive, you're gonna have to earn it. I'm taking out every Vorcha and Blue Suns group I find along the way to Morden's clinic. But I can't hold your hand while I'm waging war in the streets.
Yeah, okay. I guess if you can clear
See?
a path, we can
Clearing the
follow.
path.
Like you said, it's our only chance. We'll wait here for a while and give you time to clear the way. Then we'll head for Morden's clinic, if we're lucky. Maybe we'll meet you there.
Maybe. Huh? What? Got it. I wonder if they've balanced the experience in this game at all. Alright, we made it past, and assault rifle.
I'll take it.
Better assault rifle damage.
Got it. Moving to point. Taking cover.
Oh, yeah, like this one was really bad.
You're up.
Watch out! Firing an impact shot.
Okay, it doesn't look like the fortress coming up here, which can happen.
Firing concussive shot.
Down. Okay, I'm getting kind of stuck animation-wise. Bad doggo. Bad. I mean, at least warp is actually effective against them. I should be using it. Saves me on ammo, too.
Sit down.
Here we go. Go ahead and lift him up. Or not. Still a couple triangles down there. So I think there's a Krogan, if I recall correctly. Can I bend it around corners? Oh, there's a friend. Oh, this might be an infinite thing.
Have a nice trip. Firing an impact shot.
Cover.
Have a nice trip.
So, like, experience is not like the in the first game. Experience was just tied on how many people you killed, but it's just a lump sum at the end of the mission.
This'll put him down.
Got him.
All right, I'm gonna have to push. Because, yeah, I mean, they're just gonna keep coming if I don't.
Get over here.
Okay, that hurt a little bit. Are you kidding me? They're just gonna keep loading enemies from over here? Alright, I'm gonna need my squad to come down here. Because I can't get enough firepower to get through. Alright, you should probably switch your shotgun up. Boy, you're getting hit a bunch. Do you think you can make it here, survive? Asking for friends. Alright, there's the Krogan. Okay, good. It's kind of what we had to have happen at some point. Yeah. There's so little I can do about him. Okay, good. Dead. Yep. Yep. That's unfortunate. Like I said, the combat here is really tough. You get... Like, what else do we do? Kept it as safe as I possibly could, but they just send one Krogan in, and...
Moving to point.
There's, like, very little we can do after that. They kind of just play a long game. All right, Jacob, go here. Okay.
Have a nice burning concussive shot.
All right, so we're kind of just waiting for the Blue Suns to get out of this fight. Oh, that was a bad miss. Okay. All right, checkpoint 1. Mm-hmm. Knock him down. Lift him up. Alright, I had to put him down before I get a chance to retaliate there. Switch.
Positioning. I've got him.
Okay. See, what's nice if you have something like Infiltrator, you just cloak, you run to where the invisible checkpoint is, and then you run away.
To put him down.
But they also have a tendency to stay pretty far back. Partial armor. Lift them up. Okay, that killed him. Like, I just get destroyed in the crossfire so quickly. 1, 2, 3, 4 triangles. Seems okay.
Firing an impact shot. Have a nice trip.
Lost shield.
And I'm just out of shields the whole time.
Firing concussive. Go. Gravity's one mean brother.
I'm trying to figure out how do I push in a way that actually stops them from, like, spawning. Oh, okay, I think this apparently sitting over here gets the Krogan to show up. Right, they're all low on health, so Singularity should actually pick them all up. Or it doesn't. Also fine. Come on. See, look, you see these like two little triangles? You can't, I'm over it. See these two little triangles here? Infinite spawning enemies. Just infinitely spawning enemies. Whole time. Alright, Krogan's on their way.
Shields down.
Okay, warp. Knock him down. Warp. Can't affect him yet. Throw does some damage. Okay, knock him down. Please do. Alright, we hit him with warp. Okay. Krogan down. Did they spawn another Krogan? I would not be happy if that is the case.
Krogan on its way.
The answer was yes. Yes, they did. Okay, so again, I guess we try to get here? Oh no. No, this is really bad.
Krogan on its way.
That Krogan's gonna kill everybody. Yeah, Krogan just murdered my whole squad. Come on, find the cover. That just missed from point blank? That's really bad. Cover? Come on. So they didn't change the balance here. I have no idea where I'm supposed to stand that stops the enemies from just constantly spawning forever. And there's like no indication anywhere.
Moving to cover. Right.
Attention left. This'll put him down.
I've lost shields.
That's fine. Just keep running. Don't be staggered. All right. So I think let's try an alternate strategy of pushing really hard. And maybe the Blue Suns kind of work with us instead of attacking us. That hurt. All right. The situations where it's just the infinite enemies. Like, that's the thing. So, like, there's just, like I said, there's this essentially invisible line somewhere on the ground, and as soon as you cross it, they stop spawning. I just haven't found it yet. So it's probably, like, over here. And, like, getting enough firepower to get through these enemies is so difficult. Like, this is ridiculously pushing aggressively, and they're still just gonna... Like, these doors are already opening to send more enemies out. Yeah, they just sent out more enemies. Like, are you kidding me? The only thing that makes this somewhat palatable is that they're really hesitant to actually move forward.
My shields are down.
Yeah, I know. I know your shields are down. So here's more enemies that just spawned. Like, I don't have an angle, like, where I can flank them. I have to charge them directly. There's not a tactical standpoint here. Yeah. Well, unfortunately, my squad mates will essentially instantly die if I move them anywhere. Or I do. Here comes the Krogan. There's me going into cover I didn't want to go into. There's warp slamming into the wrong thing. Okay, warp them.
This'll put him down.
Warp. Okay. Pick them up.
Nice trick.
Those shields!
I've got it.
So, I mean, as long as another Krogan doesn't show up. So it's like you have to just kill all of them really fast and then sneak in there. Like, that's it. That's... Ugh. Alright, you two move to cover. Uh-huh. Knock him down, please. Okay, well, I'm kind of dying. They're down to 3 enemies. 5 enemies. I have to get to here. Somehow, someway, I have to be able to just get there. And I can't without... I have no idea how I get there without just dying. Like, this is the first mission they send you on, and I'm using every single tactic thing to, get us there. Krogan respawned. Good, good. Krogan respawned. We're screwed.
Pistol's not gonna cut it.
Taking fire.
Got big Krogan. Got a charger. This one me, brother, huh?
Yeah. Okay.
Hell of a shot.
Got it.
Lock and load.
Run, 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 get here. Thank you.
Nice trick. Looks like we're in Fortune territory.
Oh.
They've given up a lot of turf. That doesn't bode well for them.
Spacebar does everything, which also means sometimes it does nothing. Oh. Yeah, that fight's fun. It's just one's mental. Yeah, so, I don't know. I think, apparently, like, it once I got everyone to focus fire, we were able to put down the Krogan pretty quickly, so maybe that's what I have to do to, like, I just have to drop them. I mean, obviously I have to drop them as fast as possible, but that's seemed to speed it up quite a bit. Okay. Yay, we did it! We did it! We definitely did a thing.
Hey, back off. We got here first.
Oh my god. It's looters? Oh, looters are the worst.
Hey, what did I say? We found this stuff. It's ours.
Ah, forget it. Nothing but junk in here. This place is worse than the last one.
What are you doing in this apartment? Did you kill that Turian?
What, the guy on the floor? Nah, the plague took care of him. We're just here to take a full accounting of all his worldly possessions.
Stealing from the dead. That's pretty low.
What's the big deal? It's not like they're gonna miss anything. We're just showing a little entrepreneurial spirit. The plague doesn't affect humans, so we might as well cash in.
Besides, if we don't take this stuff, the Vorcha or Blue Suns will. Better us than them, right?
I want you to stop.
No more looting.
Oh, what? You gonna shoot us?
Yeah.
I've killed people for less.
I don't think she's kidding, man.
Whoa, hold on a minute.
Uh-huh.
Nobody needs to shoot nobody. We're stopping, okay? We just wanted to make a quick buck. It ain't worth getting killed over. We're done. Seriously, I swear.
Anyways, I was looking for somebody.
Yeah, I know him. Got a clinic right around the corner. Take plenty of ammo if you go that way. It's crawling with Blue Suns and Vorcha.
What can you tell me?
About the plague?
I don't know. Started about a week ago, I think. Aliens started dying off left and right, and they quarantined the district.
Figured we had to look out for ourselves. Started scoping out some apartments, taking what we could carry.
Seemed like a good idea at the time. Guess we didn't really think it through.
What do you know about the Vorcha?
The Blue Suns used to keep them down. But with all the Suns getting sick, the Vorcha are making a push to take over the district. Don't know who's gonna come out.
It's really nice after you threaten to shoot somebody, they just kind of give you all the information.
Tell me everything you know about Morden Solus.
That guy is crazy. He'll patch up a gunshot wound for free, then kick your ass and throw you out when you try to grab a few painkillers.
Be honest, man. You kind of had that coming.
No way he's just a doctor. No doctor puts down a Blue Sun squad like that.
All I know is if you go to his clinic, don't cause any trouble.
The Blue Suns control this district, right?
They used to, before the plague wiped half of them out. Seems like it won't be long until the Vorcha finish him off. Yeah, I'm kind of sorry to see him go. Blue Suns ran a tight ship, kept the district in line for the most part.
We need to get going.
Yeah, sure. We'll just stay here for a while. Get some rest.
Don't worry, you made your point. We ain't gonna steal nothing.
Yeah, don't steal nothing. Don't steal nothing. I really don't think the combat's getting easier. That's fine, it's fine, it's fine. I knew what I signed up for. I knew what I signed up for. I've done it before. Boy, they just kept on coming though, didn't they? They just kept on. All the ammo that I could ever want though.
No funny business once you're in the clinic, unless you want to deal with those mechs.
I mean, I probably could take those mechs, let's be honest. You have... Is that a Lancer? Could be an Avenger.
Field is clear.
Alright, so we can swap out lockers if we want.
Morton's around here somewhere. Go talk to him. We need all the help we can get.
Sorry, too busy to stop and chat. You should go find Morden.
Yeah, you're too busy. Morton the doctor. Tons of free time.
This clinic is a sanctuary. If you're looking for trouble, go somewhere else.
On our way here, we saw humans looting the apartments of the dead. It made me sick.
Ugh. Awful. Awful.
Morden saved my life. I owe him everything.
Professor, we're running low on Suboxone.
Use melatonin. Plenty on hand. Almost as good. Causes cramping in vegetarians. Supplement with butemerol.
Valerian and butemerol. Got it.
Senescene is the catalyst. Bonds to genetic markers. Hard to find. Expensive to mass produce. Why not Heplicor? Too unstable. Inconsistent results. Demazine better option. No, no, no. Demazine toxic to humans. Not an option. Not an option.
Hi, Morden. 2,000 platinum. Another 100 credits. Refined platinum.
This might be useful.
Medgel capacity increase. Is that... Alright, you know. Again, this is just research. We're definitely not just stealing stuff. That would be wrong. Oh. Power cells were maxed. Is there anything else before we talk to Morton? Okie dokie. Hey, Morton.
Professor Morton Solus?
Don't recognize you from area. Too well armed to be refugees, no mercenary uniform, quarantine still in effect. Here for something else? Vorcha? Crew to clean them out? Unlikely. Vorcha a symptom, not a cause. The plague? Investigating possible use as bioweapon? No.
For the love of God, take a breath. I came here to find you, okay? I'm Commander Shepard. I'm on a critical mission and I need your help.
Mission? What mission? No. Too busy. Clinic understaffed. Plague spreading too fast. Who sent you?
Ever
Cerberus.
heard of an organization called Cerberus?
Crossed paths on occasion. Thought they only worked with humans. Why request Salarian aid?
The Collectors are kidnapping entire human populations. We're gonna find out why and stop them.
Collectors? Interesting. Plague hitting these slums is engineered. Collectors one of few groups with technology to design it. Our goals may be similar. But must stop plague first. Already have a cure. Need to distribute it at Environmental Control Center. Vorcha guarding it. Need to kill them.
Just once I'd like to ask someone for help and hear them say, sure, let's go, right now. No strings attached.
Life is a negotiation. We all want. We all give to get what we want.
What the hell was that?
Vorcha have shut down environmental systems. Trying to kill everyone. Need to get power back on before district suffocates. Here, take plague cure. Also, bonus in good faith, weapon from dead Blue Sun's mercs. May come in handy against Vorcha. One more thing. Daniel, one of my assistants, went into Vorcha territory looking for victims. Hasn't come back.
A doctor doesn't have much chance against a Vorcha horde. You shouldn't have sent him.
Stubborn. Told him not to go. Odds of survival low. But he's smart, careful, bright future. I hope.
I found a Batarian plague victim near the entrance to the neighborhood. Can you send someone to help him?
Risky. Blue Sun's Vorcha still battling. District not secure. See what I can do.
What can you tell me about this plague?
Morton's awesome, by the
Advanced
way.
Design. Suspected collectors before you mentioned them. Purpose seems experimental. Destroys respiratory systems with harmful genetic mutations. Makes sense to avoid humans. Unnecessary to force mutation on human genetic structure for sake of variance.
Unnecessary mutations? What are you talking about?
Possible goal of virus. Testing viable mutation levels in various species. Horrific, but feasible for collectors. Humans known to have diverse genetic background, wider range than other sapient races. Makes sense as control group.
We're a control group. Yay.
What do you know about the Vorcha?
Cowardly, opportunistic scavengers. Not tactical or aggressive. Scale of attack unusual for them. Suspect Vorcha working for collectors. Distributing plague, collecting data. No proof, but theory fits evidence.
Any idea where I can find Daniel?
No. Heard infected Batarians trapped behind Vorcha lines. Daniel went to help. Warned him not to go. Too dangerous. Patients here need him. Snuck out anyway. Wanted to find him myself. Can't leave the clinic. Have to look after the patients.
Have you had any trouble at the clinic?
Nothing major. Blue Suns came for humans, made threats, killed them before things escalated.
Nothing major.
For a doctor, you're awfully calm about taking out a group of mercs.
Wasn't always a doctor. Some work with Salarian Special Tasks Group. Can handle myself. Advantage of being Salarian. Turians, Krogan, Vorcha, all obvious threats. Never see me coming.
Let's head for the environmental plant.
Okay, Carnifex
Yes,
hand
good.
cannon.
Restore power. Release cure. We'll be here when you return.
I forget if this is any good or not. So like every time we pick up a weapon, it auto switches to the loadouts. Like, so what could have been nice is they could just put stats. Because, like, one of the biggest issues is, I think this is like, this deals more damage, but it has a lot less ammo capacity. All right. Anything else?
Sorry, too busy to stop and chat.
Morton's around here somewhere. Go talk to him. We need all the
Wow,
help we can
that was like the almost the exact same thing they just said. Dun, 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 dun. Yeah, so this only has 18 rounds. That's a lot less. Pretty sure.
Weapons, watch yourselves. Right.
Gotcha.
Got her.
Okay, I mean, I guess we're just going all in. Right? Yeah, no, this is fine. This is fine. Gotta thin them out a little bit. No, target this one. There we go.
I've got him.
Okay, I was curious. It does actually sort of lock the attack animation in, so I have to have the curve set before I let go.
Get over here.
So the other thing you may notice is like they are healing a bunch.
Firing concussion shot.
So if there's not like some sort of secondary effect on them.
Here we go. Good. Play. Come on over. This will put him down. Got him.
Okay.
Moving to target.
No, don't move to target. Just be careful with it. That's all.
Nice trick.
Not on my watch. Okay. Hopefully we got to a save point. Probably not.
Firing. Concussion shot.
Why do I feel like this isn't it? In terms of like the
Got it. I got him.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, still 6 to kill.
Sit down.
5. All right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, back to 6.
Who's next?
Got him.
Get over here. Firing an impact shot.
Yeah, I know. I kind of need you to go out of cover there. Sorry.
Move it.
Oh, wow. Another Krogan spawned? Really? Okay, I need to break cover.
It's closing fast.
Hit again. Alright, at least we got him out of the their armor.
I've got no shields.
What just happened? Well, this is really bad. Knock them down. Buy me some time, I guess.
Get over here. Deadeye for me.
Okay. Aha! Alright, so I think we've made progress.
Taking cover. Move it.
Okay, so I see there's a Krogan back there.
Firing an impact shot.
Please go into cover. Please go into cover. Why are you there? Seriously? Nope, don't die. Don't die. Please don't die. Don't die. Just...
Right, you got it. Sit down. Incoming Krogan.
I've got him.
Did you just die? Oh, there's 2 Vorcha over there. That's probably bad. Yeah, this is bad. Yep, dead. I have no idea how the 2 Vorcha got over there. I have 0 idea how they got over there. So they flanked around us, and we had to start all the way back over here.
Yes, Shepard. You need something.
Let's head.
Yes, good. Restore.
Alright, well, I kind of understand the pathing that I'm supposed to do now. It's been a while since I played. Easy to forget.
Change weapons.
On our left. You got it.
Going to ground.
Going to cover.
Going to ground. Sure thing.
Loud and clear.
Alright, we'll just get on this side, because it's definitely better for me. Nope.
Moving to point.
Okay. So now they should be funneling this way? Okay, I don't know. I just got thrown out of cover. And that was that. I was just out of cover.
Firing Cassie's shot.
So maybe if we get over that way...
Taking position.
Move it. Grabbing cover.
Wait, why am I getting shot? Wow, you're really far away. Okay. No, that's fine. Stuff is happening. It's okay. So this feels like bad, but I actually think it's correct. Like, we did a pretty good job keeping them ahead of us. Alright. No, it's fine.
Oh my!
Loud and clear.
Wow, that warp just completely whiffed. Super hard. Super, super hard.
Right.
Okay, armored. Two of them don't have armor. What am I doing? Seriously, what am I doing? Why am I, like, exposing myself this way? I'm sorry, why are you not dead? You were, like, on fire.
Positioning.
Got this. It's still alive.
Ready to die?
Shoot. I'm confused. So we went from, like, all the way over there and looped around, and there's still full force? Seems kind of like what happened.
Coming our way! Kill that truck. I put him down by a real man. Mine can cut his shot.
Okay.
Sit down. Time to get hot.
Wow, do you, like, I know my head's in the way, but can you see, like, the group of, like, 4 enemies that are just about to spawn on top of us? So I can. There's still one over there, which is really concerning.
Firing an impact shot.
Okay, so we're at the stairs, assuming... Okay, this one isn't dead yet. I have to kill them.
Right. Enemy charging.
Shield.
Get over here. Target charging.
Do you think they'll be able to take care of that Krogan by themselves? Chat?
To put them down.
Okay. Making progress. Kind of. Sort of.
This This'll put him down. Come on. Oh.
Taking cover.
Taking cover.
That's not taking cover.
Here we go.
That's like the opposite of taking cover. Perhaps if they only apply what they learned. I mean, we're getting there, right?
Have a nice trip.
Dead. Dead. Just instantly dead. They didn't miss a single shot, and I just got lit up, and we had to start all over again. Come on. Checkpoint, please. It's so bad.
Here they
Go
come.
to ground.
Here we go.
Okay. Good use of cover. Good use of cover by, you know, like, not. Wow, they're not dead. Now they are.
No shit.
Oh. There's more. Dead. What time is it? All right. I think I got like another attempt at this. Think I got like another attempt. All right, concussion shot.
This'll put him down.
Didn't do what I wanted it to do, but that's okay.
Gotta hurt.
My shields are down.
Come on over.
They're getting pretty good at, like, tactician stuff. That should count for something, right?
On it.
Da, 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 ba, ba. Also, please turn on your abilities.
Have a nice trip.
All right. 3 down, so 3 just spawned. Good, 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 good.
Have a nice trip.
Got it.
Targeting.
Pistol's not gonna cut it. He's coming. Oh. Dead eye for me. This'll put him down.
Get over.
No shields.
Jacob! Jacob, what are you doing? Why aren't you just, like, in coverage?
Moving.
I have no idea how Jacob is still alive. I seriously have no idea. Alright. So we're not at the stairs yet.
I've got him! Targeting. This'll put him down.
Did it though? Did it put them down? Please don't go into cover. There's something here. Oh my gosh, what was that whiff?
Taking fire.
Yeah, because you whiffed on a point-blank warp. Maybe don't do that.
Keep cover. I can cover.
Okay, well, we're back to the stairs again.
This'll put him down. He's one mean mother, huh?
Okay, we're getting slightly flanked on this side, though. I got to deal with all this.
Sit down. Got a line. It's closing fast.
No shields.
Okay. Nope, nope, something's still hitting me. I can't see it. I have no idea what it is. There's something over here. Oh, there it is.
Sit down.
I'm just trying to, like, skulk away, but I'm actually... Oh, wow, this is a dead end. Emphasis on dead. Yeah. Okay, I didn't know this was a dead end. Oh, I'm sorry, I had a headache. Yeah. We're in this, I had forgotten how bad this is in terms of...
Release Cure will be here when you return.
Like, just the infinite enemies. It's really bad on Insanity, and we're really low-powered. And it's just, like, showing the entire time.
Hostiles. Sure thing. This'll put him down.
Oh, okay.
I've lost shields.
Tag.
Okay.
On it.
Lift them. Lift and warp. Okay, easy peasy.
Firing an impact shot. Anyone else want some?
Okay, I think they're done. Nope. Alright, Krogan. Everyone has to focus on the Krogan.
Right. Sit down. Krogan on its way.
Okay, I saw a barrier up.
Got a charger. Nice trick. Right.
Okay, Krogan down. Can I push now? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh, there's so many enemies.
Firing concussive shot.
Alright. Back up to 9 enemies again.
I got him. Got him.
Ba, 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 ba. Okay. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4. Just had to make my way around.
Positioning. I'll put him down.
I would love it if you did.
Gravity's one mean mother, huh?
Nope, no, 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 no. Who is over here? Da, da.
Taking cover. It's a... Put him down.
All right. Okay, so there's like a Krogan and some other garbage over there.
Firing an impact shot. Come on over.
Are we getting flanked? Don't you do it. Okay, kind of just casually rolled out of cover there. Not really my intention. Wow. Okay.
Sit down. On it. Here we go.
Yeah, I really need to not eat missiles. I also need my warps to not slam directly into the wall next to me. It's not particularly helpful. Oddly enough.
This'll put him down.
Have a nice trip. Sure thing.
My shields are down.
I commanded both of them to attack, and they just sat there and did nothing. He said... I was like, I see them, I hit the warp, it missed on the lift, and then it missed on both of them shooting. Crow, last time, actually 2 times ago, you said it was the last time. Yeah, I know. I know.
Up front.
Yeah, up front, whatever.
Change weapons. I've lost shields.
Don't put him down.
Gotta hurt. I've got him.
Moving to control.
Cover. Okay. So I want you to here and here. So we're just kind of keeping everything in one corridor. I'm really surprised that my crewmates aren't dying, or my squad mates aren't dying. Like, I honestly thought they would be dying a whole lot.
Come on over. Firing an impact shot.
Like, we're getting better. Okay, Zaid goes here. You're there.
Hell of a shot. I've got him.
Okay. Knock them down. Lift them up. Warp. Alright, so now we're here? And the Krogan showed up. Like, the worst time for the Krogan to show up. Oh, that was close. That was very close to me being dead.
Got it.
Taking fire.
Sit down. Got a charger.
Yeah, I know.
Incoming Krogan. I've got him. I'll put him down. You got him. Nice.
Alright, where are we at? Still haven't got to the stairs yet. Please don't flank. Please don't flank. Oh, another Krogan. That's, you know, pretty bad. Oh, look at this. Look at that garbage. Like, I can't make progress because they just keep sending, like, they keep sending their people over to this side, so I can't move forward because then I'll just get sandwiched. That's, like, not ideal.
I've got no shields.
Nice trick.
Okay, well, we're here. We're gonna put you. There's like no spot for them. Okay, let's see if we can hold, like, if this is the last area. Like, once we clear them out here for a little bit. Okay.
Get over here. Got a line. Hostiles down.
Oh. Yay. I'm saving that. Gonna hack this gambling machine. Come on. Nope, 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 nope. Med station. We still haven't ran into, haven't ran into Daniel. Is he up top? Dun 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 dun. Oh, that was so rough. It took a ridiculous amount of time. All right. Can I hop up there? No. So what exactly is on, like... Dun, 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 dun. We did the quasar machines. There doesn't look anyplace else. Alright. Crow, you just saved. I know! It was really difficult to get past that point, though. Bank terminal. More hacking. I mean, more just making sure people's finances are secure, of course. $5,000 credits.
I'm telling you the truth.
Oh.
I work for Morden at the clinic. I came here to help you.
We know you're spreading the plague virus. We saw the vials in your bag.
No, those vials contain the cure. Please, you have to believe me.
Maybe we should cut off your fingers. That should loosen your... Look out! Don't move. One more step and we'll kill your friend.
Kill him and you're next.
Pull that trigger and you're breathing through a new hole in your head. Let him go and you walk away.
Oh, God.
You must think Batarians are stupid. What's to stop you from killing us if we let him go?
Let him live, I let you leave. Kill him, I do the same to you.
Let him go. You got what you wanted, human. Are we free to go?
What do we do? Let him go? All right.
We had a deal.
Human nobility. I didn't know such a thing existed.
Thank you. I thought they were gonna kill me. Did Morden send you to find me?
It's too dangerous out here. Go help the professor tend to his patients.
Yeah, okay. I'll go right away. Thanks again. I owe you, well, everything.
Yes, you do. So is this the last room? No.
Tag! Sit down!
Bum, bum, bum.
Have a nice trip.
I am very squishy, by the way. Out of my way, Zaid. Alright, I gotta stop. Oh no, 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 no. Can you back up to here? I don't know if I have to redo that again. I'm gonna have to stop there because I now know that I have like this combat section which is potentially really gross, and then there's like another one that's like 3 different parts. But thanks everybody for stopping by. Oh geez, that was 6 hours. Okay, that seems like a solid start. I don't even know if there's anybody awake, playing video games, doing things. Raid McQueen, we could. Why not? Why not? Playing some Final Fantasy.